so weird.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Call to order and roll call. Trustee Trustee Brooke-Melio.
Here.
Trustee Laura Gora-Salgado.
Present.
Trustee Lillian Tafoya.
Here.
Trustee Anthony Fuentes.
Here.
And I am here. Do we have any requests to address the board?
No.
Then do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
I move that we adjourn to closed session.
This is Laura, I second.
Lillian first, second by Laura. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We now adjourn to closed session. call this meeting to order at 6:01. So we convene to open session. Moving on to item C2, the pledge to the flag. That's me this week. I'm really excited. I would like to invite Celeste Hicks up to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. Welcome. Before she starts, I'd like to share some kind words her principal, Miss Williams, shared with me. Celeste Hicks is the ASB president at Sequoia Junior High. She's a standout leader who exemplifies responsibility and integrity in every aspect of her leadership role. She's highly respected by her peers, and her leadership is defined by her ability to follow through on her commitments while consistently adhering to all school expectations, which at Sequoia are very high. As an excellent student, she not only excels academically, but also serves as a positive role model, inspiring others through her actions. Celeste's ability to lead by example has made her a trusted figure among students and the staff, and her dedication continues to positively influence Sequoia's school community. Celeste, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And then Celeste, could you come join us for a photo?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you made it. Get it? Thank you so much. Moving on to item C3, report of closed session. During its recently concluded closed session, the board took action to deny the liability claim for damages on 9/23/24 MY versus BCSD. The vote was unanimous. Additionally, the board took action to reject claims identified within the MY versus BCSD. That vote was also unanimous. And finally, the board voted to take no action on the claims identified with MY versus BCSD. That vote was also unanimous. Next, we'll move on to C4, which is Excellence in BCSD, our employee recognition program led by Assistant Superintendent Cornejo and our Superintendent Mark Vicken.
Good evening. It is my pleasure again this month to introduce to you our recipients of our Excellence in Education Awards. And I'd like to start off with our category of accountability and congratulate Callie Pete, Academic Program Leader from Sequoia Middle School. Please join me in congratulating Amparo Fernandez, Specially Funded Program Clerk at Voorhees. Our next district value of caring, right this way. Caring goes to Roxana Gonzalez, teacher at Thorner Elementary. And congratulations goes to David McCrary. He is our Youth Services Specialist in Instructional Support Services Department. In the next category of collaboration, please congratulate Giselle Ramos, teacher at Emerson Middle School. category of equity, please welcome and congratulate Wesley Davis, Behavioral Intervention Specialist at Sequoia Middle School. Continuing with equity, Adam Hermosillo, Site Custodian at Cato Middle School. And Krista Ackernick, teacher at Emerson Middle School. Moving on to integrity, please congratulate Shanima Miller, Behavioral Intervention Specialist at Roosevelt Elementary. Congratulations to Celine Martinez, Special Education Aide at Horace Mann Elementary. We also have David Alvarez, Site Custodian at Compton Junior High. And a new category this month, we have Workplace Safety. Please congratulate Carmen Carrillo, Site Custodian at Roosevelt Elementary. Would also like to recognize Jose Hernandez Cervantes, Site Custodian at Stern Middle School. And please congratulate Jacqueline Fitzsimmons Higdon. She is a school nurse at our School Health and Wellness Center. Congratulations to all of our employees. We are very proud of you. If you'll just walk up to the stage there and you can have your pictures taken with our board. Let's give one more applause for our wonderful employees.
Oh, yeah.
These are sturdy chairs.
Yeah, yeah. So just kind of tipped over the edge there. Walked right down the stairs.
Yeah.
Moving on to item 5 as soon as the doors close.
I should try it.
He's trying. I can see him. But he's also being very polite, which is also important. To our visitors, members of the public may request that an item be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of our community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The time allotted for an individual to speak to an item shall not exceed 3 minutes and shall not exceed 15 minutes on any given subject. And we have a timer going. It's new and fancy. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who uses a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to address the board. So we have 5 speakers this evening. Our first is Ms. Jennifer Williams Cordova, and right after that will be Teresa Adamo.
All right. Hello, my name is Jennifer Williams Cordova. I am the illustrator and designer of the Indio Indie Children's Book Series. During last month's BCSD board meeting, the submission of my consultant agreement was publicly discussed, then denied after the trustee from Area 5 brought forward a motion. One point brought up repeatedly was the lack of requested information about me and my qualifications, as well as those of my co-creator, Teresa Adamo, the author of the Indio Indie books. While I did not personally receive these requests, I am quite public on Google and I have a social media presence where I share my work and support fellow artists. Nonetheless, I wanted to share some additional key things about myself here tonight. I'm a Latina in a male-dominated industry. I'm a product of Central Valley education. I'm a mother of a Harris Elementary School student where I was recently elected to school site council. I'm on the board at Children First, a nonprofit serving East Bakersfield children and families and BCSD schools, and I play a pivotal role in their 2 biggest fundraisers, which is the Literacy Gala and the East Bakersfield Festival. I serve most of my causes by offering my time and skill set, as these are my most valuable contributions. I also contribute monetarily to my daughter's school and other local groups whenever possible. All this to say, after watching the recorded BCSD board meeting, it appeared that where I live and the local aspect of our project played a deciding factor in determining our value as less than the other ESSER-funded candidates. Yet, I heard no consideration about how or where local vendors might invest their time, money, and talents. Quite frankly, none of the other ESSER candidates, all quickly and easily approved, have demonstrated any commitment to this community. I've spent 20 years working in a creative field, and sadly, this is not the first time I've had someone question my value based on where I'm from or because of who I am instead of the work I produce. Not only did we meet the criteria for this federally funded opportunity, but we were originally sought out for it because the value in what we do was recognized by BCSD. In closing, I would like to encourage everyone on the board to put yourself in our shoes. We were approached with an opportunity to do something we truly love to do. The rate was set by BCSD. We have invested our own money and time in our books and assembly for 6 years. We are the only consultants singled out during this process, and we are the only consultants who live here, specifically in Area 5, who were singled out during this process. So, while I hope our second package offered under consideration this evening will be accepted, I still wanted it noted for the public record that we believe the Indio Indie series is actually a shining example of the BCSD way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams-Cordova. Moving on to our next speaker, which will be Ms. Teresa Adamo, and immediately after that, it'll be Mr. Wade Tavorn.
Good evening and happy fall. My name is Teresa Adamo. I am the author of the Indio Indie Children's Book Series. Like Jennifer, I came here to offer an in-person resume and my perspective about the misconception of being self-published. But last night I visited the Great Kern County Fair and something wonderful happened that influenced me to, as they say in football, call an audible. After we had just enjoyed a DeMolay corn dog, a young boy came up to me and said, "Are you Mrs. Adamo, the author of the Indio Indie books? I'm Jose." Truth be told, I could not remember Jose specifically, but that didn't matter, not really. As luck would have it, Jose was wearing a ball cap with his school name and mascot on it, giving me the clue I needed when I replied, "Were you at one of our school assemblies, Jose?" From there, we enjoyed a lovely conversation about books, the school library, Jose's new teacher, and our Indio Indie assembly. Before we went our separate ways, I thanked Jose and his family for saying hello, and especially for being a loyal Indio Indie reader. I asked if we could take a photo together and if it would be okay to post it to Indie social media. Mom said yes, adding that they follow our accounts, and well, when I got home last night, that post became more important to me than even the Old West cinnamon roll we grabbed to go. Why? Because as I see it, one Jose at a time, we can create the change we want in Bakersfield and Kern County. This is a place where being local should be a good thing, not something that removes you from a consent agenda. This is a place where being a local author who found an engaging way to teach kids and adults about their community, along with messages about responsible pet ownership, compassion, and friendship, should be celebrated, not casually dismissed as not high enough caliber. Because what is the measure of caliber in this case? Nationally known and traditionally published are both wonderful qualities in authors, and I'm glad Laura Numeroff presented on her If You Give a Mouse a Cookie book to the BCSD students. But Miss Numeroff is gone now. She's not at the fair, or the local post office, or Hobby Lobby, or driving down F Street, or paddleboarding at Hart Park, all actual places where we've been recognized in just the last year. She isn't using her platform to advocate for more water in the mighty Kern, or adopt don't shop at our local animal shelters. She didn't meet the goal as we did for attaining desperately needed elevated pet beds at Kern County Animal Services, the same shelter where Indy was adopted. This isn't to bash Miss Numeroff. I'm sure she offers support in her community. Our goal was to create a little book that could inspire big pride here, especially among children, our future leaders. By connecting with us in our books, kids can expect more of themselves and those around them. They can build up what it means to be local, not tear it down. So although we would appreciate the board's reconsideration to bring our Indio Indie assemblies to more students, thanks to my brief encounter with a fifth grader last night at the fair, I am reminded that we are already inspiring the next generation. And they didn't even need to see our resumes or ask the name of a traditional publisher. And that's why I called an audible. And just to stay in a football theme, go Drillers. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that's the time. Thank you. Moving on to Mr. Wade. Where is the title?
Just ended.
Okay. Mr. Wade Tavern is our next speaker, and then it will be Kristen Urquidez.
It's Taborn.
Taborn. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mr. Taborn.
There's no problem.
No.
People spell it like they say it, so I just want to make sure.
No, I really appreciate you correcting me.
Good evening, members of the audience, board members, superintendent. My name is Wade Taborn. I'm a retired school teacher. I'm also an ex-teacher from Bakersfield City School District. I worked at Walter Stearns. I'm here this evening to ask your help in starting up a program that was actually started at Walter Stearns Middle School. It's called Scholastic Chess. Walter Stern, back in 1999 or 2000, hosted the first Western Zone Scholastic Chess Tournament. We had over 400 kids at that school. And that tournament repeated itself up until 2020. And the only thing that stopped the major tournament was COVID. And it's because of COVID that chess in Bakersfield has come to a complete halt. And I have had parents bug me, send me emails, Mr. Taborn, when is chess coming back? Teachers have gotten on me, when is chess coming back? So I'm here to ask you this evening to provide some kind of resources to the schools to start Scholastic Chess again. If you walk into many of your schools, you will probably see chess trophies all over the place, and they will probably stop in 2019, I'm sorry. 2019 is when they stopped. So I am a certified U.S. chess tournament director. I'm the one that has been hosting these tournaments since 1999 in Bakersfield and in Kern County. I also host some major tournaments in Southern California. In Valencia, we have the big ones down there now. So with your help, and if I'm not mistaken, there are some line items in your school's budgets that provide a little money for after-school programs, and there are some students that would like to get back into chess again. And a lot of your schools, in a closet somewhere, have large amounts of chess boards, chess pieces, and chess clocks. So it's not going to be a real major cost in terms of money. It'll just be a decision by each school staff to decide whether or not they wanted to have chess in their schools again. And once you get that started and the programs are developed, then I'm able to host the tournaments. And we have tournaments on Saturdays. They go all day. We've had major politicians show up at our tournaments. And 3, 2, 1. I'm about to go, young lady. Anyway, that's my request. And thank you very much. And that's one of my fellow comrades over there. Good job, young man.
Thank you, Mr. Zaward.
Huh?
I said thank you.
You're welcome.
I just know a chess man appreciates the clock, so.
Oh, I appreciate that. Very good. All right. Well, I hope you can do something for me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And then it's Urquidez? Urquidez, is that correct?
Yes.
So next is Kristen Urquidez, and then we'll have Hector Cabrera.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kristen Urquidez. I'm the mother of 2 boys. While the BCSD board oversees a district of thousands of students, I am here to speak on behalf of and be an advocate for one of them. Sorry. My youngest son, Connor, is a 6th grader this year. I was totally fine. So my son Connor is a 6th grader this year. He attended kindergarten through 5th grade at Fletcher Elementary. Due to move, I put in an interdistrict transfer request to keep him there at Fletcher. An IDT request allowed my oldest son, Drew, to also attend Cato Middle School after Fletcher, where he was able to attend school with his friends in a manner, in a familiar place and in an environment that was academically enriching and challenging. I put in a similar request for Connor to also attend Cato, but was placed on the wait list due to enrollment uncertainties. As an educator myself who has worked at several school sites as well as my district office, I completely understand the difficult task of ensuring students are placed at school sites to prevent over-enrollment and higher than desirable class sizes. However, I'm here to request that if there is any way to add some individual flexibility to the IDT request process to account for feeder school enrollment and individual student needs, that would allow BCSD to truly place students at sites appropriate to their needs. My son is currently attending the school we are assigned based on our address. However, he is going to school in an environment completely unfamiliar to him, with people he has never met or attended school with. He is enrolled in GATE classes, but is not being challenged appropriately for his academic needs. His most recent STAR reading score gives him a grade equivalent level of 11.9 as a 6th grader. I know exactly how the situation is unfolding in his classes. He is successfully completing assignments, sitting quietly, not being a behavior problem, and therefore the teacher is focusing on students who are struggling and need more intervention. I know this because I am faced with similar situations in my own classroom. I'm not faulting the teachers for this, but pointing out that I know he is not in the academic environment that he needs. We have seen firsthand the rigor of academics at Cato from my eldest attending the school. Connor is familiar with the school, having attended elementary right next door and being on Cato's campus and meeting the faculty when we attended awards and events for his oldest brother. Finally, and most importantly, I'm all too familiar with the brain research and current focus across the state in education about the importance of considering and attending to students' social and emotional well-being in order to support their academic journey. My son deserves to go to school in an environment he is comfortable and familiar with people he has gone to school with since kindergarten. I followed the rules in applying for the interdistrict transfer, even though there are other ways people find to enroll their students at schools that are not within their boundaries. So in wrapping up my request, please consider adding ways that the district office and or school administration can advocate for students based on extenuating circumstances to attend other schools through the IDT process. I'm happy to provide my contact information if requested to discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Mr. Hector Cabrera. Cabrera, did you want to make a public comment now, or would you like an opportunity to speak during your agenda item later in our agenda?
If possible, before the agenda item, a little bit, or would it be after?
Before. You speak before we
Yes.
we do it, you would give a presentation, but usually we don't, if you're gonna speak to that matter, we wouldn't have you speak at public comment also.
Okay, no, yeah, I can wait.
Is that okay if we
yeah,
can
I
have
can
you
wait
wait
at
till
for the actual agenda item.
Yeah, we'll make sure to call on you. Thank you so much, Mr. Cabrera. Okay, moving on to item C6, approval of the minutes. It is recommended the minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, August 27th, 2024 be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval of the minutes.
Trustee DeFoy is our first. Do I have a second?
This is Laura, I second.
Trustee Guerrero-Salgado is our second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to item D1, reports of district organizations. Number 1, we have Classified Employees Association, Chapter 48, President Dinah May Jimenez.
She's absent.
That's right. Moving on to D2, Labor International Union of North America, LIUNA, Local 777, Mr. Bob Boyd, President Bob Boyd. Does he really exist?
Yes. He's real. He's real.
Yeah. One day I'm going to see him for real. I've never seen him. Moving on to item D3, Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, Beta, President Steve Comstock.
He's absent.
Okay, moving on to item E, Board of Education. First, we have our board member comments. We have our order of operations and the half sheet going around. So our first speaker tonight for board comments will be Trustee Lillian DeFoya.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that we've had a great start for our school year this year. Although we've had some minor challenges, I think we have a lot of things that have been highlighted and are very successful, and we're very proud of these. I know it gave me a lot of pleasure each time that I read the Californian, and I was able to see Mr. Stone's picture in there and all those, a massive amount. 2,000 was at instruments for all of our students, and that gave me a lot of joy to think that our students have that opportunity to really excel in a field that they really love. And sometimes I see students walking in my area and they're carrying their little instruments and they look so proud. So I thought that was awesome. And then there was a second article that followed about the integration of not only our music but our art program that it prevails throughout our district. And again, you know, having our art gallery all the time so that we can actually witness the fruit of the labor that takes place in the classrooms is really awesome. And to have those students express themselves in multiple ways that are meaningful for them. So that made me feel really good. And then in terms of safety, I was pleased to read in the paper about Jefferson School, the principal, Mrs. Rivera, and one of her parents and staff that actually were advocating for student safety, and they were able to obtain the speed bumps that are coming or should be.
They're in now.
They're in now already.
That's incredible.
They got incredible and very quick results. So that I thought that was very nice to hear about that. And then there was the parent university that a lot of us that attended, and that was on a joyful Saturday, and the speaker was very inspirational. The parents were, the place was packed, which was really nice. And I want to commend our superintendent because he did a very, very good job in, I think, addressing our district and some of the parent needs and the partnership that we share in providing opportunities for our students. So I just want to thank you for that. And then, of course, the speaker was very inspirational, and we all benefit from that. So no matter how old you are or how many times you've gone to all these sessions, you know, everybody's a lifelong learner, and so there's also always something inspiring. So that was really nice. And then just I'll mention one other thing. I know there are a lot of things that can be mentioned by my colleagues here, but I was really proud to know that today CSBA was having their review for one of their awards that they'll be receiving at CSBA. So,
Sure.
Yeah. And with that, I'm going to stop.
That's awesome.
A lot of other things have been happening.
So many things. Trustee Lourdes Delgado.
Well, she took my words out of my mouth on Parent University. It was nice to see that parents were able to relate to our speaker. Trying to find the right words for what I want to say next. I have kids in middle school, elementary, and high school. And there's been so much road rage. And again, I just want to ask everybody to be mindful because kids are watching. And parents to be sorry. It's frustrating for everybody because everybody has to be somewhere, and it's better to be late than not make it there. There's just like so much going on in the parking lots, you know, high school, middle school, elementary, just everywhere, just driving in general. You see on social media all these accidents, and some people don't get to make it home. And we don't want one of our kids to be one of those stories. We don't want one of our kids or one of our families to be in that highlight. Anyhow, I was just gonna ask for everybody to be mindful when you're driving to and from school, dropping off your kids, your nieces, nephews, or when we're heading to work. On another note, it's starting to get cooler, and first, well, compared to the 100 and some degrees that we had a couple weeks ago, you know, weather change really breaks my heart with our kids, because for a lot of our kids, that classroom is the warm spot where they keep warm, and for a lot of them, it's where they stay cool and fresh. So I will ask everybody again, if you know of a child who is in need of clothing, reach out to the district, send them to our phase liaisons at one of our school sites, redirect them, or there's other organizations out there that are willing to donate coats and jackets and stuff and whatnot. Our doors are not Monday through Friday 8 to 5. There's always somebody on the other end. You can always email or call Mr. Luque on his cell phone. But we are available. We're here for our kids, we're here for our families, and we're here to support our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Lourdes Delgado. Next is Trustee Melly Alt.
Thank you to our public speakers, as well as those that have taken time to reach out to me over the past month. Next board's meeting will be just a few weeks before the election, so I wanted to remind everyone ahead of time to register to vote if you've not already done so, and have a plan for how you will make time to vote on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. Voting by mail, I know for me, is always a good option, and if you have too much on your plate, that can create a solution for you. You can send it off a couple days before. So there are a number of items on the ballot that will have a significant impact on the students at BCSD. So as a former government teacher, it is my duty to gently remind you to make sure your voice is heard this upcoming election. And you can also find more information at kernvote.com or be on the lookout in the mail for your ballot guide. Thank you.
Ooh, I'm next. So I think this might be the first board meeting I've ever been to on a Monday. I had a case of the Mondays this morning. I usually get to my location at the job spot on Panama Lane by 7 a.m. This morning, I was still driving down Union at 7:30. But I'm really glad that I was late, because normally I don't see BCSD buses. And normally I don't see the crossing guard that's at the fairgrounds in Union. And the light already turned green, but there were kids that were running across the street. And this very joyful crossing guard, I don't know what his name is, he has like this long stick, like a pipe with the stop sign, and he's twirling it and he's walking with the kids. But that actually wasn't the best part. There was a bus turning left to go to Casa Loma, I assume, and the kids on that bus were all sticking their fingers out the bus to wave at him, and he's waving and dancing all the way across to all of the kids. So that brought me a lot of joy, especially when we're saying, like, we do have a lot of road rage, but we do have people that really are bringing joy in the morning store kids and keeping everyone safe. And so thank you to those people. And it really, like, that moment, that like 10-second moment, absolutely made my morning as a board member. I have to second what our other board members, DeFoya and Guerrero Salgado, said. I was really so moved at Parent University. I think as someone who's gone to, I think it's like my 5th one, I don't know that I've ever seen a first day keynote speaker affect our parents so profoundly. And Dr. Cherie Walker had a lot of really powerful quotes. One of the ones that stuck with me is, who goes through all that hell to be mediocre? And when she said it, you looked around the room and so many parents felt that moment. And we're just, there was one guy sitting at a table over from us who said, you can't be bringing speakers that make like the thug dads cry. This is not acceptable. So it's really powerful. But I also think it was a good message to hear on Suicide Awareness Month. We had NAMI as one of our groups out there that day, and they had stacks of emergency contact numbers that you can call if you're in crisis, whether you're a child or an adult, and they ran out of those magnets. You can always just call 988 and they'll refer you to those services, but even if you have any inkling that something might be wrong, we have so many resources. Please don't hesitate to reach out. I did, so I work in higher ed, and some folks I ran into that work in the music department were like, the Kern County Music Education Conference was so amazing. This guy, Mr. Chappelle, presented, and this lady, Ms. Walker, like, that was organizing things is like so incredible. And I was like, yeah, Mike Stone trained those people, and I know them. So I got really excited when I hear people in the community say to me, oh, you're on that board? Your music department is doing such incredible things. And we hear that, like, not just in the news, but just from people in the community. So thank you to Mike Stone and your staff. I am one of the people that got to go see Laura Numeroff speak to our students. That was really special. My favorite part was she had the book on the screen and she was reading it, and she would say the wrong word, and the kids were following along and they would say the correct word. And so they were all, and some of the words, like refrigerator is a big word for little kids. And they were so captivated the entire time. It was really a powerful thing to witness. I also got to meet with the Kern Reading Association. I'm actually a member of the Kern Reading Association, but this month at their meeting, they had 5 local authors that are all women come talk about the different services they provide to all the districts throughout the community, what the going rate is, and what the value of it was. And I think that was a really helpful thing for me to hear as a board member. The night that I went, 4 of the 5 speakers are all former teachers, so they align all of their presentations like with the state standards in their lessons. And so that's not my world. Like, elementary education is not my world. Publishing for children is not my world. And I really appreciate the time that those women took to explain it to me. And really, the part that I heard the most, and I don't know if this is true, maybe Laura, you can tell me, but they said that they have found unequivocally every single time a guest reader comes, whether it's one of our local ones or a big one, that there's just a huge increase in kids visiting the library and checking out books. And I was like, why has nobody told us about it? I loved that. That made me, and after I went to Laura Numeroff, I was like, I could see how that's true.
And usually what will happen is whatever author that is, the books in the library, they'll be gone.
They'll just disappear.
For that author.
Yeah, I just think that's it's a small thing that we don't think about. We always say, how do we get kids excited to read? And we have some answers on those questions. So I also wanted to say congratulations to our bargaining teams and to our staff at the district who got us through with bargaining before the end of September. Like, that's, for those of you who don't know, that is a minor miracle, and these people worked miracles. And I think sometimes we forget, like, our bargaining teams, CSEA and Beta and Launa and all of them, they do their regular day job, and then there are volunteers who do the bargaining, like, as a moonlighting job to advocate for their fellow coworkers. So, thank you for all of the volunteers and the district staff who got together and found resolution that we can vote on tonight. That was a lot. Sorry. But it's been a really busy month, and even though I have a case of the Mondays, like, I'm really excited to be here and hear all the speakers and all the awardees. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate you. And last but not least is our final trustee, Anthony Fuentes.
Good evening, everybody. I'll keep it very short. I wanted to thank the speakers who came tonight, even if they've already left the room. We really do appreciate involvement in the board, coming to speak to us, coming to make sure that we're aware of what's going on out there. Just wanted to say a couple of things. There are a million things that happen in the board, so I wanted to just say a thank you to all of the support staff, campus supervisors, the teachers who go above and beyond when crises happen at schools, and it happens a lot. So when I hear those stories of people getting through it, I just really appreciate the folks who are working on making sure our kids are safe. The other thing I wanted to mention is just highlight something that's on the agenda tonight. Is committees. Bakersfield City School District has these committees that do really important work. A lot of work in a school district is just staying afloat, but it's committees that really push us to be better, and it's just something important to keep an eye on. So I'll keep it to just that, and thank you all for being here this evening.
Wonderful. And next we'll move on to our report from our superintendent, Mr. Mark Luque.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around. I'm going to keep this a little short because I'm going to introduce the presentation we're going to hear in a moment from one of our staff members. But I do want to update the board on a very successful Golden Bell validation visit this morning at Compton Junior High School. Yes, big round of applause. I anticipate getting the news in a week or two and celebrating at this year's CSBA conference. Compton has done a fantastic job addressing attendance and student re-engagement. And what that means is the steps that the school site takes to engage with families when kids are absent, and how they are ensuring the handoff when students get to school, that their needs are being met. We recognize that our students come into school with a lot of trauma and experiences, and our academic staff, our behavioral staff, all work together to make sure that students' needs are met. And nowhere is that more important than junior high, middle school, where kids are dealing with a lot of undue influence. So kudos to them. I want to thank Pam Jacobson from the Sanders Union School District for being our CSBA validator and being with us this morning. So kudos and credit to the team and to Pam. I want to thank, as was repeated, just to say thanks to the bargaining teams for Beta, CSA La Una, and of course the district's bargaining team, members on the dais, members in the audience, for really committing the time this month to get through the process with all of our associations in an effort to conclude bargaining. We love to conclude bargaining early, and we're thankful to have that process complete now. I think the best bargaining deal is when neither side is 100% happy, but you work through to find resolution, and we have done that. And so again, credit to all involved, because that is not an easy process, and not many volunteer for that process. So kudos to everyone who is involved in that. I want to give credit to the City of Bakersfield, Andre Gonzalez, Ward 2 Council Member, Vice Mayor, and all the staff involved in expeditiously placing the speed bumps adjacent and around the Jefferson Elementary School campus. The project was completed this weekend. The principal drove through the area yesterday, sent me a video of it, and I drove through it this morning on my way back from the Compton validation visit. It's going to help to slow traffic down around the campus, which is what the students need to be safe in that area. And so kudos again to everybody involved in that process, and to the staff for going to the city and voicing their concerns. A highlight for the district, attendance is up. After month one, we are currently sitting at 95.6% daily attendance as of last Friday. That is up 0.6 from last year's same time. So that's a kudos to staff. Conversely, we're monitoring our chronic absenteeism, and we are at 15.5% as of last Friday, which is an increase of 1% from last year's same time. So a little concerned with that. As I voiced to staff, month one of school is all about establishing habits and routines. If we aren't monitoring our families and getting our kids to school, the habit of missing school becomes the routine, and it's that much harder to get kids to school. So we're digging into the data. We are investigating. We know the schools that are seeing a little bit of an increase in their metrics, and we'll address it as we go forward immediately. I'm going to transition in a moment after I go through the next agenda item to introduce Dr. Fullenwider, so I'll do that now. Dr. Fullenwider is going to share a presentation with the community that I think is very important around our mental health supports. We are seeing a lot of trauma in our students, a lot of crisis in our students, and I continue to compel our community, especially our minority community, where talking about mental health it's very stigmatized, to acknowledge that we have needs and expertise to seek out and support us as adults, perhaps our kids. We need to be better. Our kids need to feel supported. They need access to these resources. We have a myriad of resources that Dr. Fullenwider is going to talk about tonight. But now more than ever, do our kids really need the entire community to rally together to help them. And so tonight's the first of, I think, many conversations in the public that we'll have at board meetings around what we're doing, our data, etc. But he'll be up shortly. I do want to end my comments tonight with thanking the board. There's a reason why we're meeting on a Monday, not a Tuesday. The board has graciously allowed me to leave tomorrow morning to take my daughter to college. It's a father moment that I wouldn't miss, and so my daughter is attending the University of Oregon in Eugene, and so tomorrow morning my wife, our youngest daughter, and her are going to jump on a plane and get her moved in up there, and I'll be back on Saturday. So thank you to the board for offering me this flexibility and offering me additional vacation days so that I can be part of this life-changing experience for her. So thank you very much. And with that concludes my report.
Moving on to item E3, and that will be recognition of Cultural Heritage Recognition Month for Filipino American History by our Superintendent Mark Luque.
Yeah, so the Board of Education has tasked staff with creating the Cultural Heritage Guide, and we are now preparing to celebrate Filipino Heritage Month. Bakersfield City School District recognizes the heritage of Filipino Americans in our community and encourages all students, staff, and Bakersfield City families to deepen their understanding of the Filipino community by celebrating their history, culture, and contributions. Filipino Americans make up one of the largest groups of Asian Americans with a population of more than 3 million. On October 18, 1587, Filipino Americans first landed on the American continent, landing at Morro Bay, California. Filipino Americans have contributed in many ways to American history. For example, World War II, where many were recruited from the Central Valley to fight for the United States. For their service, these veterans were honored with the Congressional Gold Medal. In the 1960s, Filipino-American labor organizer Larry Dulay Italong rose to national prominence when he, along with others, organized the Delano Grape Strike. On September 9, 2009, the California State Assembly voted to designate the month of October as Filipino-American History Month. The Board of Trustees encourages all staff and families to visit our BCSD Cultural Heritage Guide, located on our district webpage for activities and resources to honor, recognize, and celebrate the history of Filipino Americans. Thank you.
We're going to move on to item E4, which will be Mr. Tim Fullenwider, but just to give Mr. Cabrera a heads up, our next item will be the teacher pay. The floor is yours, Dr. Fullenwider.
Good evening, board and members of the audience. As Mr. Luque mentioned earlier, I'm going to provide an update tonight on mental health supports within the district. And as trustee Dr. Cruz Boone mentioned, it is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, so it's a very good time to be reflective about the mental health supports that we have within our school districts, and to basically start to analyze them and take a good look at what else can we be doing and how else can we be supporting students. So I'm going to start off with some data for you. As Mr. Luque mentioned, we hope to bring additional data in the coming months just to continue to highlight this as an important topic for us. Since the beginning of August through the 19th, so as of last week, we've had 157 risk assessments conducted this school year on students here. So a risk assessment would be whenever there's an indication that maybe a student has expressed the willingness to maybe want to self-harm or do further. That's quite a bit. That's on average of about 5 or so a day. And I happen to get, every time a risk assessment is entered, we have a system for tracking those, I get a pinged email. And recently, even more recently, it feels like there's many more of these emails coming through, each day. And you can also see the breakdown of where those assessments occur. The pie graph on the left is the counts and the specific age of those risk assessments. So you can see it's skewed towards students who are in our junior high, the upper elementary area. The pie chart on the right is the risk level. So every time we do a risk assessment, it's given a level of severity from high, moderate to low. And as you can see, 2/3 of those risk assessments have been either moderate or high. So those are serious situations there. So it gives us pause to kind of think that we, as Mr. Lukey said, we do have quite a bit of trauma and crisis that is occurring within our community. So Mr. Lukey and I took a look at this and began to do some reflection and want to bring some of that reflection with you tonight. So just taking a page from our social emotional learning modules that we've put out for our staff to do. So a portion there we talk about the importance of reflecting on what questions. What questions are great ways that allow us to analyze what is happening or what could be done for growth and change, as opposed to a why question, where a why question seems to never have an answer or seems to spiral out of control. So we start with 2 questions here, and we'll bring some more what questions as we go forward. But what resources are available for our students beyond the Tier 1 level? So when we talk about Tier 1, those are things that are just generally for every student. So what are those additional resources we have when mental health challenges do present themselves? And then what methods are we using to communicate those resources? So we want to start with that reflection tonight as we go forward. So all of our resources, again, focus underneath our district's MTSS model, which encompasses a variety of things, mental health being part of that. We do have several resources that are available. This board and boards before it have been very influential and important into securing mental health resources over time and continuing to build upon those as this crisis within our community continues. So we'll go through each one of these positions here and the different services that they offer. Before we jump to those, I do want to mention the last bullet on the list, which is we do have a partnership and the ability to refer out and work with Kern Behavioral Health and Recovery Services. Myself and Jenny Sill, who oversees the children's department over there, are in close contact often on certain cases. Just as an example, we had a particular situation in our school district. We had a student addicted to fentanyl that also had mental health concerns as well, and have spent a lot of time trying to secure resources for that particular student. And happy to say that currently that student is doing well within our system with the resources that are being provided. But along with that, one of the challenges, we can't refer everything out, right, obviously, to Kern Behavioral Health for lots of different reasons. What we found is it's a lot easier for our folks to navigate things when they're in-house supports and services that we can really make sure that our kids follow up on. The first group I'll talk about are our associate school social workers and their mental health role. They do social, emotional, and mental health screening when called upon, provide direct services such as brief intervention, which is a substance abuse intervention that comes up that also has a mental health component to it, grief counseling and support, and also addressing the impact of trauma that may occur within our community. They do case management, and they're also a member of site MTSS teams that they work with. Mental health role for our school psychologists, which we are happy that we have additional school psychologists this year. We almost have one at every single school site at this point. But they're the primary contact for our suicidal risk and crisis response and traumatic events response. When we have a traumatic event that occurs, they kind of run point along with the principal for our protocol to help organize the support needed at that school. They do lots of screening and assessment. They also can provide counseling and are a member of the site MTSS team. We move beyond site roles. We have our school social workers. So these are our social workers that work at our wellness centers. They're licensed clinical social workers that are there. They provide generally more tier 3 or individualized supports, individual and family therapy supports that are there. They also do wraparound and mental health individual supports in general. They provide the suicide risk and crisis response as well as a part of that team. Case management, do a lot of linkage when appropriate for outside providers, and then also are on consult with our site MTSS teams. Then we have our behavioral health therapists, which we have two different types within our district. One are ERMS therapists. Those are specifically funded to work with our special education students through the IEP process. And then the others are stationed at our junior high middle schools, where again we see the greatest need as our data shows us. These are all state board licensed individuals, either with an MFT or an LCSW. I don't think we have any clinical psychologists, but that is one of the qualifications if they did. Again, they provide many of the same similar services that our school social workers provide at the wellness centers, and also serve on their site MTSS teams as well. So that's a brief summary just of the various positions we have. We're very fortunate to have quite a few service providers to work with our kids. Here are just some examples, or the general examples of the actual mental health supports specifically that are provided. So we do keep, you'll notice a little graphic on your right of the slide there. We keep a regular running tally of exactly what interventions we have to offer, what makes up those interventions, who provides them, so that we can share that with staff so they all readily know what's available to them, particularly MTSS teams as they're working with kids that are referred to them. So I'll go through the list here, but aggression replacement training is one that is used when students are dealing with anger issues. We have trauma-related curriculum, again, brief interventions as substance-related. Cognitive behavior intervention for trauma in schools. There's a specific anxiety one called Coping Cat that's used. Forward thinking, My Journey, which is more of a grief counseling that we use. When we do have a large crisis that happens, we do things under the Prepare model. And then for our therapists, they do engage in various forms of psychotherapy that they can provide to families and to students. So we do offer a full range of mental health supports that way, which we're very happy to be able to do that. Also, again, sometimes our parents feel more comfortable to receive services with the school. Sometimes they actually feel more comfortable to receive services outside of the school. Our providers work, again, very closely with Kern Behavioral Health and Recovery, wanting to honor and respect the boundaries and the issues that some of our families have. And as we've talked about before, sometimes we do have families that deny services altogether, which is rather unfortunate. So that's kind of the what do we have, what do we offer. The next question we kind of look at is how do we communicate these things? What's our communication look like? So these are the current methods of communicating what supports are available. So we do have our community building slides that we deliver SEL content that are shared with all of our teachers and school sites that provide lessons on how to access what services are available at the school. This year we instituted into schools, every school has a rules assembly, for lack of a better term. They get everybody together, they talk about things. It's mandated that all schools go over all the different supports that are available there in those student assemblies, as well as how to access them. We do have our mental health posters. We have those available for students. We even have them for parents and for staff in strategic locations. We tend to use that as the jumping off point for the lessons and kind of tie all those things together so students know how to access them. We have our FACE liaisons who share things with parents as they work in their various sessions and also push things out. We push things out at various points of the year during social media or on BCSD News. And then our student ID cards, which get printed around this time of the year for our students in junior high, middle school, are required to have suicide prevention hotline numbers on there so that they have access to that. So again, just some of the things we do at our parent meetings. This is just an example of one presentation, just a little slide. We tend to, again, use these mental health posters to kind of help talk off of them about what mental health is and what supports are available and how to access them. You see the QR codes there, which we like to use so that families can have access when they want, students can have access when they want. And again, our lessons are designed this way, so we try to use those posters as talking points, get students familiar with that, and do that all the way down from kindergarten all the way on up. And then again, I mentioned our rules assemblies. This is just an example from Washington Middle School and theirs. You can see they're identifying all the different staff they have there to support, again, highlighting their poster. They do talk about the district's suicide prevention policy, which again is another requirement that's there. And then a further slide where, again, they're encouraging students to reach out, even if it's not on mental health, it's on other things, be it bullying or peer pressure or family or whatever might be bothering them, that they can reach out and get support for. So those are some of basically of how we communicate. As we looked at both of these, Mr. Lukey and I came up with some further what questions to consider. So the first one is, what is the frequency, quality, and consistency of our communication? So as you see, we have various methods to communicate, but this is an area where we actually think we can do better. In our reflection this month, we feel like we're not communicating enough, that more frequency of communication is warranted, especially seeing the increase in the number of crisis and risk assessments that we have, albeit that those crisis and risk assessments are generated from people coming forward for help, right, or being brought forward for help, which is a good thing. But again, we kind of feel like we can do better and do more in this area. We'll talk about suggestions in a moment. And the next what question is, what is the level of implementation of the community building slides? So we've placed a lot of eggs in that basket as it relates to teaching students and going over that. So as we look at that, we have anecdotal evidence that really shows that our level of implementation of that has dropped. There is variation that occurs within our schools. We've always kind of allowed a flexibility with those slides so that teachers could, in a sense, make good choices related to the needs of their classroom related to that. However, we've noticed in some cases that they may not be choosing to do certain slides on certain days, and if those are the days that we're talking about the mental health supports, that might get missed. So we've noticed that as a whole in our communication. Another question is, what percentage of our students can actually identify how to access support? So we have not really measured that here, and I want to give kudos and a shout out to Trustee Molly Alt. I know she, as working in the high school district, has shared with our superintendent just feedback there from our students that matriculate to her campus on what is the level of their knowledge there and how much that knowledge has retained. And it hasn't necessarily been that great. We'd like for all of our students to be able to say, absolutely, I know without a shadow of a doubt, this is where I need to get support. This is a trusted adult that I have on my campus I know I can go to. And we're not entirely sure that our students know that, despite our efforts. So we think we can do better in this area. And then also, what percentage of parents can identify how to access supports? So again, the comment was made earlier that as parents were reflective with the presentation at Parent University, many of them went and grabbed those magnets those NAMI magnets there, again, on how to access support. So these are some of the questions that we believe we need to explore in the coming months and need to adjust practices, not because of the practices we have are not good or not effective, but we think, again, we can do better, and that we're always striving to be the model of excellence in this district. So some recommendations, some things for the board to consider, the superintendent to consider. One, we need to continue building clarity around roles and responsibilities. You may recall in April I did a presentation kind of summarizing some things, so some of that is here. We do have a big meeting tomorrow with every single provider within our school district to go over, again, roles and responsibilities and protocols, just to make sure that everybody, again, is on the same page and has all that information. Then next is to increase student, parent, guardian, staff capacity on referral for services and giving feedback to improve the access to the services. We don't get better if we don't get feedback and don't get feedback on a regular basis. And we need to do better in that area, I believe. Next is improve our service tracking and monitoring systems. We've taken a lot of steps this year to ensure that we're tracking certain services and things that are provided, as well as the denials for services that we've talked about before. That'll be, again, one of those things we reinforce tomorrow at our big collaboration meeting. And then improve communication to students, staff, and parents regarding available supports and services. I think there's a lot more we can do in this area. We've relied heavily on the community building slides, and I think we need to branch out. One of the things Mr. Lukey had an idea and suggested is it's probably a good idea that we have our providers on a regular basis tour through our campuses and classrooms just to talk about the supports and the things that they offer. So that there's just regular reminders. I don't know that this is something we can be reminded of enough. And I will tell you that oftentimes we get talked at by, you imagine students, and some of us who've been in the classroom, sometimes our students tune us out, right? But when they're feeling it in the moment, that's when the message sometimes sinks in. And so it's not about delivering a message once or twice. It's about regularly doing it, because the fifth time you do it may be the time when the students actually, it hits for them. In the same way, like with parents at Parent University, the speaker is very moving, inspirational, it hits for them, and then they want to access the resources and the supports. So another thing is to increase signage. We have posters up. Some of our team members had great ideas, such as just, we have those little metal sticker things that'll stick on metal, and why aren't those on the bathroom stall doors? Just little things like that where, sometimes our kids, when you're going to seek refuge, I don't know that I would go into the bathroom, as the place, but a lot of our kids do. It's a place sometimes to hide and have some privacy. And if they're reflecting and thinking, that might be the place where they look up and see something and access supports in that moment and go, oh yeah, I remember I can do that. And all that. Another example, Lincoln this year came up with a great idea. They actually took the QR codes for support, put them on little business cards, and they hand them out like all the time to students. A lot of them get maybe thrown away or left somewhere, but a lot of them don't. And whenever something happens in the community nearby, they just print off more of those and pass them out all over the place. Thought, what a great idea. That's probably something we should be doing everywhere to do that. And then another aspect, we think we need to increase our lessons of available supports, but focus them as it relates to bystanders. So if you think a lot of times, if you imagine any time you've gone through something, there's a certain amount of maybe shame or pride that gets in our way sometimes of asking for support or embarrassment. But when our friends see us hurting, and our friends are usually the one that can drag us on over to get help and support. And a lot of times when kids are referred for crisis or risk assessments, they're referred from friends, right, who see that somebody's hurting. So we thought we need to take advantage of that and do a better job gearing our lessons in that way about how to be a good friend when somebody is hurting and link them to supports. So again, that's a lot to process there. I will leave you with that and ask Mr. Lukey if he has any additional comments, and then any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Dr. Fullenwider. Yes, just for the board, please offer your comments and ask your questions. Some important revelations have come just with respect to the recent goings on in the district with our students, and I think we established outstanding resources to be used in our classrooms. I think one of the most important questions to ask is, it's a why question. Why are we not implementing those resources consistently? And perhaps a better question is, what's impeding our ability to do so? We recognize at a Tier 1 level, all students need that safe, welcoming, inclusive, respectful, warm environment. They need that connection, that sense of belonging with an adult on campus, and really to walk into an environment where they can kind of recenter and focus on academics. And given the amount of Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports we have, I think if you ask our school staff today, they're going to say they still need more support because the need is just really high. So we got to dig into that question and identify how we can be better at implementing consistently whatever it is we're asking staff to implement. I think additionally, Tim kind of alluded to it a little bit, it's the regular and repeated communication from our experts around our training or messaging with mental health, with suicidal ideation, or any of those conversations in between, where our experts are really handling those conversations. The truth is, I think a lot of our staff shy away because they're not experts, they don't feel confident in that, and they don't want to mismessage something to kids. And so I respect that, and I think we have enough staff who can handle that on a regular cadence, whether it's monthly, every 6 to 8 weeks. Some regular cadence needs to be established where we can be in classrooms to provide that messaging, provide that training consistently, especially at our junior and middle schools. And I think the challenge for us going forward is just how to maximize the support we have available for our students and how we can ensure that the systems and structures at our school sites triage and hand off kids the right way to whoever the service provider is, again, whether it's a Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 level, and ensuring communication between our staff and current behavioral health, which Dr. Fullenwider does exceptionally well. He gave an example of the student from last school year that's continuing on this year, where we really worked together to make sure that child was protected and saved. And so, again, tremendous work, positive work. Credit goes to all the staff involved in this process, but we have to strengthen our systems to make sure that we can be there for the kids who need it. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
I would like to comment. I know we're all on the same page and we're providing a lot of support. I really appreciate the mental health centers and the fact that they can follow students along as they progress to elementary to middle school. But I will also say that I understand we're not in the best economic situation as a state right now, but I do really, truly, strongly believe that a social worker on every single side would be highly beneficial to our students, especially the junior hires when the money is available. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of having somebody regularly on campus that the students know that they see every day. I don't think there's any amount of data tracking or like stickers put up in the bathroom that can actually create that human connection between a child in need, and a lot of our students are distrustful. They don't necessarily trust authority. So social workers, I can't sing their praises enough, but also the fact that they don't do any discipline helps create a different type of relationship. I've spoke to Mr. Luque about this too, but I work across from a school that's not BCSD, and they have 2 counselors there. And those students are able to come in and connect very well. They're used to that interaction. So I do feel like that would be a great goal to work with. I love the fact that we have the therapists in most of the schools. I love that, again, the social workers are working alongside the students. But for me, that is one of my greatest goals as a board member. I feel like we definitely are seeing all the signs that we need increased mental health support, and I think that would be an excellent way to do it.
Thank you.
You know, we were talking, or someone mentioned, how important feedback is, and I know that anytime I buy something, somebody sends me a survey, they want to know, or you call on someone, they want to know what the service was like. You make a reservation, or you go to a hotel. They want to know, what they can improve on. And I was wondering, when they have these crises at the schools, I think the teachers and, well, not so much the teachers, it's where, the administration and the support staff that are handling the different crises. They would be in a really good position to give very valuable feedback as to how that particular crisis could have gone better. I don't know if I'm expressing myself well, but
Yeah,
they could give some valuable feedback to as to what additional support might have been helpful.
Thank you.
So I just think, when they're the ones that are dealing with the crisis, that they could give very good, timely feedback as to, what further help we need and to improve our whole process.
Thank you.
One thing I wanted to highlight, and I'm not saying that we're not doing this, but Ms. Luke, you mentioned this earlier, demographics. I want to be sure that we're cognizant of the fact that mental health, the relationship of communities of color and mental health has been a strained one historically. So having those, having referrals and services be in both English and Spanish and any languages that our students are speaking is going to be really important. So want to make sure that we continue to highlight that and serve our students as best we can.
Thank you.
First, I wanted to say, I was very struck by the first slide of how many students you evaluated. And I just wanted to acknowledge the cost of those emails, because you talk about a ding, but everyone's a kid.
Yeah.
Some of them are, 5 years old, and I can't imagine the job of reading some of that. So, thank you to you and your team for that work, because, we look at the number, we look at the data, and we think, oh, that's a lot, but when you look at how small some of them are, and we just talk about trauma like that, that was a really hard slide to turn. And I can't imagine what it's like to read those emails. I like that there's consistency in a lot of the things that we've been doing since your last report, and I like some of the areas that we're growing. I know Superintendent Luque, you talked at Parent University very eloquently about how there isn't a lot of trust, and people who look like you, especially men of color, culturally often do not receive those services. And when I look at the multi-tier support services we have, I think we're doing a good job as a system, but I don't think anything we've written down is going to break through that cultural issue. And I think, there might be more nuanced things that we can do. I know we're bringing that speaker from Florida again, who talked about, his mental health challenges. But again, he's a white guy. You're a white guy. Your second in command is a white lady. And I'm not saying you're not great at your job, but I don't think that you're connecting with some of the families and building trust when there's, generations of trauma that have made them mistrustful, both of our education system and of mental health structures. And I'm not saying that cavalierly, oh, you white people, that's not what I mean. But we know that that's just a barrier, and I think, and we're talking about all of this. None of this is bad, but none of that is, attacking the elephant in the room. I appreciate what Trustee Malial and Trustee Fuentes were talking about as well. And I guess this is a question for you. I know when we talked about discipline, there was that 1 in 4 number of people rejecting services. How much does that overlap with the mental health resources we offer to families?
Well, if you remember back in April when we presented that was from the behavioral health therapist. That was mental health specifically. It didn't encompass actually denial of services in any of the other areas like behaviorally or any of that. So that was solely a mental health number at that point.
And has that number gotten better?
Well, we haven't taken a
that.
pulse test
Yeah.
again. I mean, as part of, I think, Mr. Luque's plan to bring information to the board, we will regularly be bringing data and information on this topic for you, particularly as we go forward and you have to make decisions as a board with resources and things. We want you to have that information. So.
Yeah, the plan is next month to bring to the board what are we seeing over the first 2 months of data with respect to acceptance or denial of services. And I think what Dr. Cruz-Bun is talking about is legitimate in that when the board is receiving expulsion recommendations for students with some severe behaviors that have landed in that process, oftentimes we are recommending behavioral interventions for students and for parents. And that's just significantly different than typically the crisis response and or the level of support therapists. Maybe you can kind of talk and differentiate out those points.
We can. Okay, so the supports here tonight we're really solely focused on like mental health, right? So when things come up that way. We also offer a lot of behavioral interventions or interventions that are based on adjusting and changing certain behaviors. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Or
So what you're saying is those two are not the same thing?
They're not in and of themselves necessarily the same thing. So they could cross over where there are some.
Behavioral health and mental health are different in our districts.
Well, I would say they're kind of like a Venn diagram, if you will, and there's a lot of interaction between the two things. I don't want to say they're two different things. I don't think that would be an accurate statement.
I think where the conundrum may be is that we title the position behavioral health therapist.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Again,
an acronym, name,
we have a lot of acronyms and names here, and sometimes they can be very confusing. So
our behavioral health
when we talk about a behavioral health therapist,
are serving mental health support.
That's a mental health therapist. So
why wouldn't you call it mental therapist? I don't know.
And again, that was an existing title, and when the board elected to hire more staff, it was done under that existing job description that met that. So there's a lot of odd things with job titles. Some like school social worker, they work at the wellness center. There's some odd title things.
So that's like not confusing for the community or parents at all.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I mean, I'm having trouble navigating this as you're presenting it to me eloquently. So I think, I mean, we're identifying now already some of our communication issues. Like if I won't speak for all of us, but if I can't figure out where some of those lines are, I'm not sure everybody could. I mean, even if you just went to our website.
I think that's a fair statement. I think too, we want our community and our students to ask for supports, and then again, it's up to the MTSS teams to help work with them to direct them to those supports. Where I see sometimes titles get in the way, and it can even get in the way with social worker, is that might mean something very different if I grew up in a system, in the foster system, and had a social worker versus, sometimes what our folks do. So, yeah, sometimes those titles can come into play that way and that way. I also want to acknowledge your comment about making sure we break down cultural barriers that exist too, and that representation is very important. I think it would be a good idea to take a look at that as well. Not everybody looks like me, I recognize, and not all of our staff look like me either. We try to have a very diverse staff to, meet the needs and meet people where they're at and in their language where they're at as well.
Yeah, some things stand out to me when we talk about having experts walk through and just be available. Like to me, I think about when I was a kid, or even my own children, the people who are walking around and circulating in those ways are not the people that I'm going to walk up and say like, hey, I'm thinking of self-harm. Like that, even for me, the word like expert has this connotation of someone in a suit with a clipboard. And that may not be what you mean, but like for me, that's what I'm envisioning. No. And I want to make sure I understand.
I don't know that I
use the example today because we actually had this conversation today. And I'm looking at Laura and Christian because they Compton with our Golden Bell validation visit, where again, our language is conversely different than what kids receive at the school setting and our parents receive. So forgive me for convoluting the language piece. It's the important and urgency that kids develop relationships and connections to regular staff assigned to schools who routinely, regularly, repeatedly check in and build trust And that could be a CPAL, that could be a custodian, that could be the campus supervisor, secretary, cafeteria worker, anyone. When I use the language expert, I'm talking about our therapists and our social workers going class to class who are assigned to those schools. The kids know them, talking about these very important topics because they know the language to use that is going to be received by kids. As an example.
It's kind of like both things, not one or the other. You know, then to there's Molly Alt's point to having people on the campus regularly that people see and interact with, and whether that's on the playground or wherever, or just are available, helps break down those barriers of trust and build rapport and relationships. So I may not come today, but I may come on another day, you know, when I'm ready, or I may go to the custodian, and the custodian may lead me over to someone. So it's got to be a whole team effort. I think it's all of our responsibilities to do that, and also communicate better and get better language, make sure our language is consistent and accessible. And so I think all of your points tonight are very well taken. And
so that system where there's referral from the teachers and the janitors and the cafeteria workers, and then there is our like MTSS staff, specifically the school psychologists or social workers that are circulating periodically. How are those two systems and structures different than what we have already been doing in the past?
Those as a structure aren't really different. That would be the same, and they focal point to our MTSS teams because they're at that team. You have all the providers, if you will, and administration to take a look at different cases. Our FACE liaisons are also part of that, you know, to try to decide, okay, how do we need to broker out supports and who needs what in different certain situations. I think what we're saying is we want to make sure that those referral systems are working well and that they're accessible and people are using them. Because if it's not the current avenue that's working, then we need to find the right avenue so folks feel comfortable to access services.
And that current system, could you just talk, Dr. Fulmer, for a second? You were saying, you know, you get that ding when someone goes through evaluation, but is there like a form on our website that like mandatory reporters know to fill out, or that parents can search for, or is that, I mean, what is the process if you want the district's help in intervening with your kids?
So again, if you go to the mental health supports on it.
Was it on the slide?
Yeah, if you go to the, actually that might be helpful. If you go to the mental health supports on our websites, the posters, we have used the same QR codes. Every school has a QR code that they use so that parents, kids, anybody can access it. You can do it through your phone, you can do it on a computer in order to like refer or request supports. And it's not just supports for mental health, it could be supports for anything that's going on with a school or a family. We do that in a general sense. The question again, and I think is, you know, what is the consistency in the level of that communication and how well is it being received and accessed? And that's the thing we need to take a better look at. And if that's not the method for doing it, or the QR code or social media or whatever, then what is the right method? And getting at that so that it's culturally accessible. You know, we want to make sure everybody has a way of finding access to that support.
And then these are required by the state, right, to be like listed in English and Spanish, like in a very visible place at the school where the parents would see them?
Yeah, it is a state law to do posters. Most of the content is dictated by state law. I mean, we've personalized them a little bit, obviously, to our district. And added our QR codes and those things in order to do that.
I know we've had this conversation before, but I do think for some families the QR code is still confusing. I know that I'm getting older and technology confuses me sometimes, but
Sure.
For example, if I take a picture of one and then how to scan that, sometimes that troubles me, so I feel like sometimes it can be prohibitive for parents to be able to access that. And just to clarify too, we don't use Sprigeo, do we? So this is like a form of Sprigeo where you would report.
We do have Sprigeo available as well,
Okay.
and again, that's because it is a 24/7 reporting system, and it's helpful for, we do get some, we don't get a lot.
Not mental health typically.
Not a lot. They can ask for mental health services, but we've struggled with our folks accessing that and using that. We get more concerns regarding bullying or safety that come through on that than we do mental health, though we have had some mental health concerns come before. We have had to deploy mental health folks on the weekend because we would get services that come through in that way.
I have a question. I was just thinking, are the support groups or the different professional development that is offered to parents through FACE, are those sessions aligned with what's happening in terms of, you know, the information that you're getting from the risk assessments? For example, is there a large percentage of kids that need help with anger management or with a need for they're having self-harm, or, you know, the different topics that you're seeing on the risk assessments? I think if they had, like, I know they have a lot of classes, and I just wondered if it's aligned with what we're seeing. I thought that would be helpful. There might be some sessions that could be offered, like, for example, if there isn't something that's being offered for anger management, let's say, there could be support groups that parents that have children that they want to find out, where they could be given information as to what kind of strategies could be helpful for their child, so that we could be a little bit proactive and not having so many issues down the road.
No, yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think it's helpful for us to take a look at that every year and take a look at our data and adjust our programming, for lack of a better term, as things go. I know we do that to some degree with Parent University. We adjust sessions and topics, so same thing should be done there.
And just to add to that, we offer Loving Solutions and Parent Project as a tool as well. Right. Unfortunately, it doesn't always get the parents that we would love to have in the courses. And so we're talking about right now taking the SEL modules that our staff are viewing through the end of the month and doing a little tweak to make them available to our parents as well, right? So we can really integrate the conversations. But in this data that we're receiving around anger management or anger replacement or just the overall kind of global student need issue, yes, I think we have to have much stronger alignment to what we're seeing in trends and patterns and how we're informing parents, engaging parents, equipping parents with techniques and skills to support them in the home so that we can truly work as a team to support our kids.
I was looking at the data from that first page again and how much of it, and you mentioned this, really skews towards the middle school. This is anecdotal for me, and I know someone can answer this question. It seems like even at Parent University, we don't have nearly the representation from middle school parents as we do from the lower grades. And that seems to be where the kids are the most in crisis. So how are we gonna build a bridge? Like, I think the training for the parents is great. Like, I did Loving Solutions and the toolkit and everything with my kids when they were little, but like, there wasn't, when my son was in middle school, it was like during COVID, there wasn't really any other additional training for middle school parents. Like, there wasn't a specific, like, and I know we have more of that now, but parents are not coming to ask for it until they're like, help my kid right now.
I think that's that feedback that we need to get from our parents and families. I mean, I think all of us as educators know traditionally there's higher levels of engagement. It tends to be as our kids are younger. We tend to maybe trust a little more as we go forward or whatever it is, and disengage a little bit as we move forward on into high school. This is Molly, I could probably talk, and Mr. Fuentes can talk about that. Parent engagement as relates at that level. I know I find myself as a parent slightly less engaged with my high schooler at the moment, being kind of on the right path, I feel like there, so.
I'll look at it conversely, just to kind of challenge our thinking and the system. We do a great job of keeping parents engaged even through 5th or 6th grade at elementary, and then magically they go to middle school, junior high, and they stop being as engaged. And I don't think anything in the parents' perspective changes. I think it's how are we truly creating a safe, welcoming, inclusive, warm environment for our parents as well, our families as well, and are we offering meaningful types of topics in our parent centers? And so I think we have to look reflectively on how can we strengthen that, how can we be very vocal and intentional with increasing the amount of parent engagement across our middle school, junior high parent resource centers, because we all know that the need there is much more, I don't want to use the word important, but meaningful in shaping kids on the right path versus the wrong path. And so we need to be better about that. We need to be better about engaging our families. We need to be better about including our families. We need to be better about educating our families around those really important topics. And I think we need to make it more comfortable for our parents in middle school to be there, be involved, be engaged. It's a challenge for ourselves.
You know, as I sit here listening to this whole mental health subject, I'm listening to Dr. Chris Cruz-Boone, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're asking for something to prevent. Like, we have all these resources until, like, the damage is already done, or like kids already in crisis, and great, we have all these supports, but what are we doing to prevent, right? Like educating. That was just the first thing. Second thing, communication, current methods for communicating to parents, to students and parents. Great, I see these posters everywhere, and I think I'm one of the board members that just is all over the place at different school sites and does talk to a lot of our parents, has a relationship. A lot of them don't understand what this poster means. And it goes back to our FACE liaisons and our parent centers. I personally think the district should have like a uniform, and something doesn't fit everybody, but as a parent who's involved and does go to other parent centers, because I get invited to different stuff, in some parent centers it's called lessons, in some other ones it's called sessions, in some other ones it's called classes, and I get all the feedback from parents like, well, what's the difference between this one and this one? And I walk a fine line because I'm both a parent and I'm also a board member. But I'm also a parent who has kids who uses these resources. So I really gotta watch what I say sometimes and how I say things to our parents and how I redirect them. So I think just the district, when it comes to mental health, it needs to be a little bit more, I know the word perfect doesn't exist, but that's why I use the word uniform, because all of them have to be on the same page. And I agree that in middle school, our parent centers lose our parents and there's not much engagement. And I can sit here honestly and say that there's like some schools that maybe have one parent or two. And if we're paying all this money for our parent centers and for our FACE liaisons, why isn't it available? Why aren't they ready to provide these services? You know, and something like this, yes, I've seen the posters in English and Spanish, Dr. Chris Cruz-Boone. I've seen the QR codes, and I'm a fan of the QR code cards. You know, I carry them in my bag for our social media pages, YouTube, Twitter. Like, we go way out of our way to do QR cards for our social media pages, and I can never express so much on mental health. As an aunt of somebody who lost a nephew to suicide, like, this really hits home. So I am here and I'm asking Mr. Luque to please work on something that's uniform, and our expectations of our parent centers and our FACE liaisons. Everything should be accessible in all parent centers. Just because there's one parent at one parent center doesn't mean that we shouldn't have a certain session. But the expectations of a parent center, those opportunities, we talk about equity all the time. It's in our
values.
Thank you. And I don't see it a lot of the times. So I'm asking, this is something that we really need to look at, because again, I'll say this, it starts at home. We educate, we as parents, we as grandparents, I'm not a grandparent yet, but our grandparents in our district that do have custody of our children, aunts, uncles, foster parents, it is our job to educate. And when I say educate, it's please, thank you, excuse me, please, oh, welcome, I'm sorry, I apologize. That's our job at home. But at a school district, at a school, it is our job to teach them math, teach them science, teach them how to read and write, and provide that extra support. Help us, the district needs to help our families, even with the pencil, even with the backpack. We have, you know, a member out here, Manuel Clarisales, he's done a lot of great stuff for our families. Providing backpacks, food baskets, you know. I think we need to tighten up our communication. Again, communication. And speaking of language, that's where the lesson session classes gets all confusing for our parents. And it can be overwhelming as a parent, because even though I'm on this end, being on the other end and also at the other end of a parent who has a child that does receive these services, it can be frustrating because you do lose parents in that communication in these services. So I think we can just tighten it up a little bit. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
I feel like we're discussing all the hurdles that exist, but I feel like for me it's just common sense to go back to basics. And again, having somebody on campus is preventative by nature. And I also do feel like when you have somebody who is on a campus, particularly a social worker, they start to understand the families and they can predict things before they come. I know that at the school that I work, we've had various social workers, and when they're there for 3-4 years, we know the whole family, and that continuity never stops. We understand the dynamics of the family. That's really difficult to come by when you have the help all outside. Again, we're trying to reach parents, and we don't want to stop reaching parents, but why don't we work with the students that are on campus every day? To me, that just feels like a common sense approach.
I know you're not done, that you're going to present more in the future, but I guess one of the things that I'm hearing from Nauda as well, no, because he said he was going to come back and talk more. So we're already like, here's a bunch, by the way, tell us more. And I don't know if this is part of your next presentation, so I apologize if not. I think one of the things our district does really well when we set our minds to it is a media campaign. And I also think about, like, you know, the fact that when kids get to me in higher ed, some of them don't make it past the first semester because their mental health just isn't there. Like, they're not ready to be adults, they're not ready to be in college, they're just not ready for the world because they don't have that resilience we talk about in our Portrait of the Graduate. So I guess for me, I think a lot of my concerns could be alleviated by a consistent, like, media effort with, you know, representation of young people of color, talking about the issues, people from our public agencies talking about the issues, like putting forth to us that really clear message, not just old school posters and the staff that's already on the campus, but even, you know, more of a public campaign, which is, like I said, I think that's something we do really well when it's a core issue that's super important to us. And we've done it for mental health before, but maybe not all in the way that we need to in 2024. So I don't know. I don't know if that's kind of what you were talking about too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love all the feedback. Thank you so much. A lot to think about, a lot to tighten up. But I'll go back to Trustee Malial's point. It's about what's happened at the school side and the consistency of staff to connect with kids. And let us go back and discuss, and we'll continue to bring this topic forward to the board. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller.
Thank you.
It was wonderful. Moving to item E5, we'll talk about BCSD substitute pay. And we have a guest speaker. Oh no, it wasn't even a thing, but it's on Mr. Cabrera's. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience. We appreciate you.
Oh, no, very important. Very important.
Okay, good morning, board members, superintendent, members of the public. My name is Hector Cabrera. I'm a certificated substitute employee at Bakersfield City School District, and I'm here to talk about the recent reduction in pay for substitute teachers at our district. I'm here today not just as an employee of the district, but also as an advocate for every substitute teacher employee that has been affected by the recent pay reduction. We are dedicated professionals who, when needed, step into the classroom to ensure that our students receive a continuous and high-quality education, even in the absence of their regular teachers. I'm here to address the significant reduction in pay for substitute teachers, which has resulted in a decrease of 20% in our salary for this school year. This reduction from $250 to $200 a day for day-to-day substitute assignments and from $325 to $260 for long-term substitutes is not only a financial burden, but a step backwards for the district. At a time when inflation has risen by nearly 21% since 2020, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, the decision to revert to the 2020-2021 pay rates is economically unsound. In practical terms, this means a loss of $6.90 per hour for day-to-day assignments and nearly $9 per hour for long-term assignments. Furthermore, the removal of the $400 production bonus, which provided much-needed financial support for substitutes who work consistently, only deepens the financial strain. If this pay cut was intended to align with pre-pandemic rates, it fails to account for the increased cost of living and the growing demand for qualified substitute teachers. Beyond the numbers, there is also a human impact to this decision. Substitute teachers are integral members and integral to maintaining the continuity of education, yet we find ourselves undervalued. We walk into classrooms to support students in critical learning moments and ensure that there is no loss of learning, yet we find ourselves unprotected from arbitrary pay cuts and lack of benefits. Many of us, myself included, have dedicated years to this profession, ensuring that our students do not suffer simply because of a teacher vacancy or absence. This pay cut sends the message that our contributions are not important to the district. It undermines our morale and the respect that we deserve for the important role that we all play in our schools. We love our students, especially when we get to know them, as a lot of us go to the same schools in and out throughout the year. And we work hard to ensure their success, but this decision makes it increasingly difficult for us to continue doing so under fair and equitable conditions. I urge the board to reconsider this decision and adopt some of the resolutions that have been presented and submitted to Superintendent Luque, which is my hope would have also been submitted and presented to the board members. By restoring our pay to the 2023-2024 school year rate of pay, the district will not only support its workforce, but also ensure that our students receive the best possible education from a motivated and respected team of substitute teachers. With appropriate board action, everyone stands to benefit. All stakeholders in our communities, from students to teachers to parents and the district alike. I ask that the board consider and do what is right for all of us as an educational team, and I thank you for your time and your consideration tonight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cabrera. Tonight is just a discussion item. Any board member can have this added as an action item at a future date. Are there any board members that would like to comment on the discussion this evening? Thank you, Mr. Cabrera, so much for all of your resources and your time. We super appreciate you, and we will follow up. Moving on to item E6, revision of the resolution establishing a multilingual committee in accordance with bylaws section 100.8. It is recommended that the revision to the resolution be approved. Do I have a motion?
I wanted to request that the motion be changed to include 2 parents at Stern. Can we do that now, or how do we do that?
So we haven't made a motion yet.
Right.
So the motion could be, well, so we make that motion and then we talk about it. Hold on, let me go down to the, so we have 2 English language learners, 2 English Voorhees, and we have 1 parent on the Stern as it is now. So we have 2 Harris. So we can't discuss it yet because we haven't made the motion.
Right.
But the motion would be, I move to approve the resolution with an amendment from 1 parent to 2 parents.
2 Stern parents, and any new schools in the future must have also 2 parents.
So we can't do that, but so we're gonna have to revisit this when there are more multilingual schools, when there's more dual immersion schools. We'll have to revise it no matter what. We can only make an amendment to the lines that exist now We can't like universally in fortuity do it for future schools, but we'll have to update this when the next school gets approved. So we will do that. But someone can make the motion that Stern Middle School the line would have 2 parents. So you would just say, I move to approve this resolution with the amendment of 2 parents to Stern, and then someone would have to second that, then we'll discuss it.
Okay. I move.
So I
move the motion with amendment.
So I move to approve the resolution with the amendment of 2 parents.
2 Stern parents.
2 parents.
You have to specify Stern because
at
the
Stern
other schools are
Middle School.
Correct.
I'm writing this down too. I'll cut it off on here. Okay, do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay.
Don't fight, guys.
Rick Malley is our second. Let's discuss the motion as it stands.
If I may just offer context to the board members who are not on the multilingual committee. So currently Trustee Garro Salgado and Trustee Malley all serve on the multilingual education committee. At the last committee meeting, there was a lot of discussion on the resolution for how many parents should serve on the committee. And then there was a request or a motion to add a second parent to Stern, and that motion failed by 1 vote. It was like 11, 10, 10, 9. Don't quote me on that. It was somewhere in the middle.
It was
somewhere
like
in the middle. And I understand that from talking with both trustees individually during prep, that continued to be a point of interest from the board. And as the Board of Education together, you can make that adjustment to the resolution. So I felt might as well do it now, so we can just go back to the committee meeting at our next meeting and just say the board took action to add 2 parents to Stern at this point.
Wasn't there a vote and the parents did vote to have 2?
Yes, but when we were at the multilingual education committee meeting, but it was off by 1. Like it didn't go through.
It was like 11, 10 or 10, 9, somewhere in that area. Somewhere in that area.
I mean, I guess the part that go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
Would it be okay for me to ask why?
So the parents feel having more parent voices on the committee is beneficial. My context with parent committees in the district, I'll use DAC, DLAC, DAPAC, District Advisory Committee, District English Learner Advisory Committee, and District African American Advisory Council. Every school gets 1 representative.
Yeah.
And so from that context, having 1, I'll use the word feel sufficient, but there was enough push in the committee, and frankly, interest by both board members, if I may go that far and offer that I thought it was worthy to have a discussion tonight as a Board of Education to supersede the decision. Ultimately, it's a public meeting. We want all parents' voices there anyway.
Yeah.
In the big scheme of things,
I mean, there's 4 elementary parents represented. It's going to go from 4 to 1 to 4 to 2. The elementary would still have a majority.
Yeah, yes, and there's rarely, if ever, dissension amongst the committee as a whole anyway.
Yeah,
this may be like the first vote where there wasn't approval on the motion.
Yeah.
So
That's why I asked.
I don't expect it to be a big thing. It's the parents' desire to have more representation on the committee.
And if the middle school parents want to come to something, by all means, let's help them come.
Well, that and another thing was, since we did move our 6th grade dual merge students from Voorhees to Stern,
Right.
we don't just have 7th and 8th grade there. We need more representation, That was my personal opinion. And also on our other district committees, we do have the representative and we also have an alternative. So to me, just having 1 parent to represent Stern just didn't make sense. I figured it doesn't hurt to have that extra parent there. And not always can that 1 parent that's the representative or the elected one can show up. So,
is there any other discussion on the motion?
I respect Laura's opinion on it just because she's been involved in that committee for a long time, and I think when there is a significant amount of people pushing for more representation, it's not going to be bad, so it's just an option to have more, and if that makes them feel more heard, I think that's a positive.
Does it take us from an odd to an even number on that committee now?
makes it an even number.
Fabulous. It does make it an even number.
I believe it does make it an even number. Yes, yes.
All right,
But
Mr.
for the
Ceja will just have to be the splitting vote if that happens. Just
Well, for
make
the
it as-
most part, everybody agrees on,
Okay.
there's like no issues
Dissent
that,
in there.
on this committee at least.
I mean, our next dual immersion school, how long do you think till our next dual immersion school?
26, 27 is the first year.
So probably in the next year, we'll have to revisit this policy.
It'll be an annual process.
Yeah. Any more discussion?
So is that where we'll add any, at the new schools on there, depending on what school it is?
Yeah, when the school's
Middle
identified.
school.
That's a good question. Any other questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve the revision to the resolution, adding it from 1 stern parent to 2, and approving the resolution with that amendment, please indicate so by saying
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item E7. Is this just a, where's my, is this an action item or a discussion item?
Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this item? So I did talk to the superintendent a little bit about this. I had some questions about the composition of specifically the committee. I really wanted like IT to at least have one representative because I think they know more about risks, and like for me as a teacher, I'm like, hey, can I download the AI that works good for me? Or do I need to like check it with the district employees and make sure I'm not gonna download a virus or some like secret backdoor and do our security? That may sound ridiculous, but I don't know if it's ridiculous or not. So I'd love to have like an expert on there. There are a couple other little things that I think need to be wordsmiths. I'm not against the committee. I just like to read the lines and make sure we feel good about it. So any other discussion on item 7?
You know, I think it's going to be a great committee because there's so many questions about it. We all have questions, and I don't know that we actually have a true expert, but it is, I think your idea is a good one, to have someone from IT on there.
And just for the board's awareness, we do have a subcommittee working right now on that topic, inclusive of classroom teachers to assistance support, Rachel Fambro, through just identifying where we are today, level of knowledge, and how we approach this work holistically. So that work will come up to the larger committee through regular reports.
And I know that the new iPhones, they're advertising those with AI on there. And so I wonder how that'll impact everything.
Yeah, AI will be in everything before we know it. Even assistance.
I'd like to go back to what you just said, because if the district has a subcommittee that's meeting with the stakeholders and will report to the committee, why does the committee need to exist?
The board asked for the committee. And so on that committee, there's no board oversight, so they're doing the heavy lifting, the in-between work. The board will ensure that we're on the right path with our board policy and expectations. So the two can coexist.
I will think on this more.
Thank you.
I have thoughts about committees and shadow committees, but I will ponder. Moving on to item E8, the establishment of the Committee on Staff and Student Wellness. I know we talked about staff and student wellness a lot, so I don't know if anyone else has anything to say about this. I also had some questions about the composition of this committee and who was represented and how it all worked, but I gave that feedback to Dr. Fullenweider and the superintendent to consider in the redress.
I think it's a good idea because it's a major issue right now, and there are a lot of things that when you have a group of people, there's some ideas that come forth that are just invaluable. You know, when you have representation from all of the different constituents that we have, all of our staff members and parents or whoever is going to be on the committee.
I guess one of my concerns is, as it's currently written, the district would appoint the majority of the members rather than like recruiting them through different sources. So I just wanted to make sure we were being real thoughtful about that to get all the right voices at the table. Which is not, like, it's not something we're fighting about, it's just something I'm thinking about.
I think if there's recommendations over the next month, send them my way, and we can work to incorporate. And we've talked about that too. I shared with the board president earlier today during my weekly check-in that we're interested in bringing back the original committee or some construct similar to when we created the suicide prevention board policy, just to revisit that. It's been a number of years, and where are we today, 2024? What needs to be adjusted, added, deleted, etc. For a larger conversation. So there's space for those voices.
The state was like, you need this. No one's done it before. Have fun, Dr. Fullenwider. The community and the district really rallied and did a good job with that document, but you're right, we should reconsider it. Anything else on E8?
Yes, I had a question. At least 5 parents, as determined by the superintendent or designee, who currently reside within the district and have student or students who attend a district school. How would you?
Girl, I asked exactly the same question.
Yeah, so that's a great question. It's a great question. So traditionally, whenever we need parent representation, we reach out to our family community engagement department and ask them who are parents who would attend and could offer valuable input to these conversations. And then we get a list or a cohort, and then we identify from that cohort.
Right, but this is saying, sorry, I didn't get to finish my question.
Sure, I'm sorry.
So this is saying 5 parents who still have kids that currently attend and reside. Have we thought about bringing somebody who already went through our district and give feedback? You know how after you go, like Mr. Foya mentioned, you go and you stay at a hotel, well, now they send you a survey. Well, would it be possible to add a parent that already had a student that went through our district, and now that she's in a high school, or she or he has their student in high school, sees things differently and says, hey, maybe if BCSD would have done this differently, this would have worked, and my child would have not struggled, or, you know, because we do have parents that are still active in the current high school district.
I think that's a great point, Laura, because with our multilingual committee, isn't there someone from Kern High and someone from, is it like KCSS or something?
Yeah, we have staff from those districts.
I wasn't sure, I just know, like, whoever we hand them off to, we don't have anyone from the handoff piece, parents or staff, currently on the group composition.
And it's almost similar, like to the, well, it falls like, or it aligns with the, sorry.
No,
Spanish is my first language, so I gotta think in Spanish and translate in English. So, portrait of a graduate. You know, we talk about it a lot. How are we ready? And that's why we have people from the colleges, universities, and the current high school district there. And why do we have them there? To give input on how we can make it better. So with these committees are just as important. We need to have parents on there that already came through our system, that had kids here.
To go back to your question, anything is possible as we formulate the construct of the committee. We have been in discussions about bringing back parents from Kern High to conduct focus groups to speak to school readiness, high school readiness.
I love that.
As part of our Portrait of a Graduate, we could easily embed some of these topics in there as well. So whether or not it becomes part of the committee officially, or if they're invited to attend the committee to seek their input and suggestions, we can figure it out either way. I think it's a great suggestion. Again, we want voices from those who are through us on to the next level of education, who can offer us some really good feedback on how well their kids were or were not prepared for the high school experience.
Okay. So. Sorry.
No, that was so good.
Great conversation. Great conversation.
That was really, really good. Anyone else? I don't want to shut anyone down. All right, moving on to E9. Resolution in support of California Proposition number 2, Public Education Facilities Bond Measure. So this is an action item. It is recommended the resolution in support of California Prop 2, Public Education Facilities Bond Measure be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura. I move that we approve that
Laura
one.
Guerrero Salgado makes our first. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh. Okay, Britt Malleot seconds. Is there any discussion? I really appreciate that CSBA and CTA and so many education partnerships are supporting this measure, especially in the precarious financial times for the state. So a lot of times we are kind of hopeless. I'm glad we can at least support something that might help. Anyone else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to E10, it is recommended the administrative hearing panel's recommendation be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
I'll
First
second.
Sequoia, second from Fuentes. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The board will now take a 5-minute recess.
Good evening, everyone. So tonight under my division I have a few items, and one of them we will start with Mr. Mike Havens. He's our Executive Director of New Teacher Development, and he will be presenting on Cluster 1 schools with promising practices.
Yay!
All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent and Cabinet, district staff, members of the community. I'm here, as Mrs. Orozco mentioned, to present on an update on Cluster 1 and highlight some promising practices at 3 of the 10 schools in Area 1. And as you, in Cluster 1, and as you can see here, these 10 schools range anywhere from enrollment from 431 students at Casa Loma all the way to 973 students at Curran Middle School. Also for you tonight, as a resource and a reference for you, we have our school site fact sheets, which include enrollment, the EL population's percentage, last year's attendance, as well as the demographic breakdown. And I'd like to highlight that the distance from standard data that Mrs. Brooks Stryzik shared with you at a previous board meeting is now included here on the school site fact sheets. And this is the most recent data. She shared with you the idea of essentially a positive number is what you're looking for with distance from standard. The larger the number, the better. I'm going to, though, go ahead and skip through these, but I did want to highlight one of the schools, too, as I'm working through one of the school's data. Pauley Elementary, their distance from standard. If you recall, last year I presented to you some promising practices from Pauley Elementary. And so now that we have data, I kind of wanted to just show you that the promising practices that we focus on was on instruction, on building thinking classrooms, better engagement. And over the last year, they have made some of the best growth out of the schools in Cluster 1. For example, the SBAC data in ELA, the distance from standard went from -83 to -67, which was an increase of 16 points. And in math, they increased their score from -91 to -79, an increase of 12 points. And so they continue to grow. And just as a reference, when we talk about those points, we're talking about scale score points, and really what we're looking for really is three points is really kind of like the magic number that we're looking for. So for them to grow 16 and 12 and actually grow in double digits consecutive years really speaks to the promising practices that were discussed and shared with you as a board last year. So I'm going to go ahead and work through these data sheets. Like I said, they are there for your reference. As a cluster, I want to focus on attendance. And so there are some really encouraging numbers. As Mr. Lukey mentioned earlier tonight, Cluster 1 attendance is looking much better from this time period compared to last year. Our district goal is 96.4%. And as you can see, Evergreen actually is right at 96.4%. This was as of September 13th is the last time this data was pulled. And so it is early in the school year, but some really great habits are forming. And so we're excited about that in Cluster 1. And then I also wanted to highlight the district goal of chronic absenteeism. We want to be under 19%. So obviously the lower the percentage with chronic absenteeism, the better. And here you can see that every school in Cluster 1 right now is below that 19% district goal. And we are excited because there were 2 schools last year. Curran and Evergreen were both over 30% chronic absenteeism rate. And as you can see, they have greatly reduced that. Curran sits at 13.7%. and Evergreen at 9.2. So there's some outstanding work being done at those schools. And then I'd also like to highlight Wayside, King, and Casa Loma on this next slide, which is new to you. They saw double-digit gains last year. The previous chronic absenteeism data I just showed you was the current data for right now. This is 22-23 to 23-24. So we saw some nice decreases there, particularly with the 3 schools that I mentioned, King, Wayside, and also Casa Loma. They made double-digit decreases. But as you can see, I mentioned earlier, Evergreen sat at 32.6%, Curran was at 34.5%, and if I go back, right now they're already sitting at 13.2 and 9.2. So some really great things happening at those schools right now. As you know, it is still early, and those numbers can change, but we know that if we're proactive and we form some great habits right now, we can greatly reduce those chronic absenteeism numbers. So the next slide, this is just kind of fresh off the press. This is very, very recent data from our data and assessment team. This is the STAR reading. These are the STAR reading results for the fall. This shows every school within Cluster 1 and where they're at, and it's just as a brief reminder that the STAR reading scores are nationally normed, they're computer adaptive, and they measure reading skills such as word knowledge, comprehension, text analysis, and students take this assessment independently. There are 34 questions, but I do want to mention that as I am currently setting goals, working collaboratively with principals, we are looking at this data, this fall data, 2024 data, as compared to fall of 2023, and the results are very encouraging. In terms of the students that are at level 1, those numbers are reduced from last year, and for levels 3 and 4 combined, the majority of the schools all are seeing positive growth year over year. The same can be said for math, and for STAR Math, these are our students that are in 1st through 8th grade. It is also similar in that it's a computer adaptive nationally normed test, but we are excited about, we are very encouraged and excited about the growth that we're seeing year over year, and we didn't see a huge summer drop off. The students' growth continues to be steady. So I want to highlight some promising practices at 3 of the 10 schools within Cluster 1, and the first one is Frank West, and I just don't think that this practice can be understated. Building a community where everyone belongs. I mean, all the research that we look at talks about one of the #1 things that our students need is, and I don't even want to say feel a sense of belonging, because when I hear that term, like feel a sense of belonging, to me that almost says, well, they feel like it. It doesn't mean that they necessarily do belong, right? We want a place where every single student thrives at Frank West. So one of the things that Frank West presented to their teachers are these 2 essential truths. And they presented these to their classified staff as well. Their school is for kids, and no significant learning occurs without a significant relationship. So the question that the principal posed was, what if Frank West could be a place where people are met where they are, challenged to try new things, and left school wanting to return tomorrow? And I really like the question that was posed, and I like the fact that they said where people are met. They didn't just say students, they said people. So they are including all of their staff as well in this. So 2 required actions. One of the things that they did, this has been like a 2-year initiative. And one of the things they did last year and this year is they ensured that every single teacher called every single family before the start of school just to introduce themselves, just to make them feel welcome. And they are really focusing on greeting people and expressing gratitude. So all their teachers at Frank West, they greet all students at the door as they enter. The staff greets them. And it sounds very simple, but things like, I'm glad you're here today, and I'm so happy to see you. And for those of you that have been on Frank West campus, you know that they have a really great culture of kids wanting to go to school every single day, and the students and staff feeling welcome. All right, so The next thing is Frank West, they initiated some other actions, and these were taken by staff members. So teachers started a spirit committee that planned special events for students and families. They also recognized staff members with awards. One of the first people to receive an award was a classified staff member last year, and they really want there to be, there's not like a hierarchy, right? We are all one staff, we are all here to help our students grow and learn, and so they highlight both staff and students. As you can see there, every staff member receives a personal visit and a button to recognize them on their birthday. If you drive by Frank West anytime, you will always see in the marquee, happy birthday student to a certain student, or happy birthday to a certain staff member. And then the one that I really want to highlight that's right in the middle, I put it in the middle there because I thought it was really cool. And the principal sent me this, Mr. Taylor, and he said, we really wanted to display these bulletin boards, and it's kind of hard to see because of the glare, but those are just like candid pictures of every student in that class. And so essentially, every student in every class gets highlighted, not for necessarily an achievement, for just being there, part of the community. So I think it's really great. They have bucks that they give out. They call it good stuff when students go above and beyond. And one of the things they're really highlighting and trying to shift to is they do have a store where there are tangible items that they can purchase with these bucks, but they're really trying to shift to like more experiences. So maybe that is an opportunity to be able to go to the cafeteria and sing karaoke. Or maybe that's an opportunity to go do arts and crafts during a certain time. So they're trying to make it more experiential for them. So through this building of the community and creating a sense of belonging, Frank West creates conditions to improve their climate data, to reduce chronic absenteeism, and accelerate student learning. And so that is a promising practice for Frank West. For Wayside, their promising practice is responding to the identified needs of students, teachers, and families. And the key word here is identified need in terms of differentiation. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach for students, parents, and staff members. We're going to start with students first. One of the ways that they differentiate is they have provided a very it's explicit, it's intentional intervention program with an entrance and an exit criteria. Kids that go in and receive these services, some are pulled out, some intervention specialists push in, but essentially the groups are very fluid, and it's based on the skills that they need to be successful. So it's not going to be the same kids in intervention all year long. They're very fluid. But the focus is on building solid tier 1 instruction and also providing small group instruction in the classroom. And Mrs. Ventura has created a very, very strong system of support for our students based on the identified need, going back to the promising practice. As far as professional development, going back to the identified need, it's really cool because it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, so not all staff members get all the same professional development all year long. It's based on what the teachers feel that they need. And to give you an example, she has had multiple voluntary professional development sessions, and over 90% of the staff shows up. They'll show up. Staff will show up when it's intentional, it's engaging, and they feel like it's going to benefit their students. And so we've seen that there. And so this professional development is tailored to meet their specific needs and interests. And so we are seeing some really nice shifts in instruction at Wayside and that we're excited about. And then finally, we can't overlook our family and community engagement piece. Once again, promising practice, identified need. It is all about identifying the needs of the parents and the community that Wayside serves. Wayside is a very tight-knit community. They have a lot of people where they're like, my kids went to this school, my grandkids went to this school. It is a tight-knit community. And I feel like the administration is really working very closely with their FACE department to be able to identify the needs, specific needs for their parents and for their kids. And so they're constantly seeking input there. And then our last promising practice is Curran Middle School providing fun and engaging experiences for all students. And so I want to highlight just a couple pieces of data, and then we'll get to the promising practice. So at Curran, their ELA met and exceeded percentage on SBAC. They have increased from 29 to 33% over the last year. Their math met and exceeded percentages have increased from 9 to 10%. They have decreased their scale scored in ELA on the SBAC from 56 to 53, and also decreased their math scale score from 126 to 125. And I will go back to what I said previously. You really want to see a decrease of 3 points there. That's really what you're looking for. And in terms of attendance, we mentioned it earlier. But chronic absenteeism, we're seeing some really good results there. We've gone from 35.8 to 34.5. We're currently sitting at 13.7, and this is a huge increase in attendance. To go from 91.6% to 95.4%, once again, I know it's early, but that is a huge increase. And then in terms of suspension, the suspension rate overall for last year at Curran was 5.6%. To date, the suspension rate is 0.4% as compared to 1.8% over the same time period last year. So if you really want to compare apples to apples, it's really decreased from 1.8 to 0.4. One of the things that we did last year is we met with the MTSS team, with staff, at Curran. We met with multiple groups of students, and ultimately that's what I want to speak about tonight. Is the promising practice is really what they needed and what they asked for. They were more structured activities, more fun events, and things that would keep kids engaged and wanting to come to school. And so here you can see, these are some pictures just from last week about some of the lunchtime activities. They have intramurals during lunch. That's a 3-on-3 basketball. You've got them actually building Legos. They do Legos during lunch. They have art during lunch. They have a lot of different activities. Jason, if you could hover over the lunchtime activities and just pull up at the heading there. Here's an example of some of these by grade level of the different things that take place during lunch. Anything from playing video games at lunch, Lego building, art, STEM club, Project Lit. You can keep going down one more. Jason, thank you. Computer club, film club, and these are all being run by teachers. Black Student Union, art and computer time, crochet. So there's a nice variety of items to be able to choose from. Go back to the other presentation, thank you. And then just recently, I wanted to share these pictures. Their 8th graders are going to, they took half of them, in totality, all 8th graders will get to attend Fresno State. This was the first half, these pictures, and they attended just recently and had a fantastic time, a great experience there. And so we're trying to build in more structured activities and also just fun experiences for them. As you know, our middle school kids, we need to give them a reason to really want to come to school and learn, and so we're working on that. And with that said, those are the promising practices for Cluster 1. You guys have any questions, comments?
I have a comment on I know you highlighted Patriots calling.
Yes.
I just want to share with everybody, there's a tight group of parents at that school site. And I really do believe that when you have a solid group of parents that are, and grandparents and aunts and uncles and foster parents as well, that have that opportunity to visit the parent center and have a FACE liaison that works with them around the clock, you get good numbers. You know, you get good results. And Ms. Tafoya and I were looking, we're like, wow, that's a lot of red. but the red slowly is changing colors, and that's a good thing. And I do appreciate you sharing that. It doesn't matter if it's 1%, it's a change.
Exactly.
It's a good change. I also shared with her, I was like, hey, look, a pinky hug. Some kids don't like to be touched.
Right.
And we need to respect that.
Yeah.
And us as adults, you know, when we go to hug, we gotta be careful. So the pinky hug, that's a cool thing. It's something that I'm gonna take back to my kids. I think that was it.
And you're right, the parents at Poly are fantastic. They are great about giving us feedback. You know, the administration there, the teachers there, the FACE department and the FACE liaison, they're very connected there, and it's great to hear from them. And Poly is another school where there are generations of
yes.
Students that have attended that school.
Yes. On the greet people and express gratitude. A simple hi can go a long ways. Have a great day. Acknowledging, just like when you walk into I hate McDonald's, but like when you walk into any other place and you get a simple hi or we'll be right with you, that goes a long ways. That really can change your mood. Whether, if you don't get acknowledged, it's kind of like, But have a great day, good morning. And usually when we know our kids, when we know our students, sometimes a good morning is not enough. It's, how's your morning going? And then we can redirect that student. That's just something I've learned in the years as a parent and being at school sites. It's how you ask and what you ask or what you say, and a simple smile and acknowledging a parent, whether even, doesn't matter how much of a rush you're in, it's like, oh, good seeing you, acknowledging them that they're there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll echo that. With 180 kids, just knowing their names is big.
Yes,
huge.
yes, absolutely.
I will say I'm impressed with the lunchtime activities. I hope the teachers can sustain that as we get later to the year. I know that that's a difficulty, but I know that having options to do things is great for students' lunch. And I also wanted to compliment the trip to Fresno State. I love it when students are especially exploring options in our immediate vicinity, and they're not seeing, CSUB or Fresno State for the first time when they apply. So I love that you're taking these trips, and I hope they got a really good tour.
Thank you.
973 kids is a lot of kids. So like when we look at, I was looking across the numbers you were showing for chronic absenteeism and for the improvements, like the numbers, when a school is that big, that's so hard to get those kind of gains. I know the last couple of years we've struggled with some of the behavior issues at Curran, all of our middle schools, but I'm glad that I hope lunchtime activities prevail and we don't have, punishment for all for the behavior of the few, which was really where we ended last year. It was such a bummer.
Yeah,
I'm so hopeful.
Well, we took a lot of time to really get a lot of feedback from multiple groups, not just kids, but staff, and so hopefully we're able to address a lot of the needs to be able to, and kids, they do. Middle school kids, they're no different than kinder students. They need structure, they need consistency, and they need people to love on them. And so.
I'll say this too, just to add, Curran has been one of the schools that I visited already to start the school year, kind of classroom walks and talking with principals, and it was an outstanding visit. So gotta give credit to Mrs. Strong and her team, new vice principal, new camp supervisors to support the safety team. And again, I think the feedback from the kids last year was give us something engaging to do, and we're gonna be engaged to do it. It's sustaining that, and we compensate our teachers for doing this and all that good stuff, but can we maintain it? And I appreciate the schedule, because
that's great.
Teachers are maybe 1 day a week, maybe 2 days a week max. It's hard to commit to 5 days a week of doing that, or 3 days a week of doing that. So hopefully we can sustain it. And again, always willing and able to listen and offer support where we can, so.
And I know also the school is looking actually also to build within their school plan. They're looking at outside help as well, so like a pinpoint dance. People that we've worked with that have provided good results, especially in the after-school program. So that will help with, hopefully, with the sustainability. Yeah.
And I feel like this time last year, Superintendent, we had sent out our district staff at least once because the campus was just, there were crises. I feel like we haven't had that kind of negative stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I just mean the school is doing so good.
Yes, we are on a positive path and just continue support and assistance, and we want to assist. The school knows themselves better than we do. We don't want to assume. We want to support what we can, and so we're always responsive to that feedback. And it's interesting as we go through this, and the board has more information for me in our one-on-ones, but for lack of a better way to say it, the hotspots of middle schools tend to kind of move from school to school. It's always one or more, and again, kudos to the board for committee to have staff available to go out and assist and support, intervene, evaluate, offer recommendations to make expeditious adjustments to really change things immediately and not have to wait too long to see improvements.
It was so good. I'm so stoked that we had 2 elementary schools and a middle school like in the report.
And we'll mimic that as we go forward through the presentations this year. I know seeing middle school progress is important.
Good report, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to item G3.
So I have the ESSER update expenditure plan, and this is to include the stipend for staff. And so we added ARF 7. Oh, it's supposed to be 8, actually. So that's a correction. Support retaining qualified, effective educators and support staff. So that's for the new changes that we made for the stipend for our staff.
Awesome.
So we just had to make a quick change to that.
So the recommendation is to approve the update to the BCSD ESSER 3 expenditure plan. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura. I move that we approve.
Laura Guerrero-Salgado is the first. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second is Trustee Fuentes. Is there any discussion? So can I ask, this is part of the money that will be used for retention?
Yes. Correct. This is the retention commitment to our staff as part of this year's negotiation settlement. On the attachment, it is the final table at the bottom. It should be ARF 8, but it's listed ARF 7. Support retaining qualified effective educators and support staff. It is a $5.7 million commitment.
Wow.
To staff.
But that item is the only line
change.
Yes,
correct.
Correct. Any other discussion? All those in favor of item G3?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item G4. It is recommended that the consulting agreement for children's author Teresa Adamo and illustrator Jennifer Williams Cordova be approved. Do I have a motion? Or do I have an alternative motion?
I motion to not approve.
Okay, so it is motion that the consulting agreement between children's author Teresa Adamo and illustrator Williams Cordova not be approved. Do I have a second for that motion?
Full second.
So the second is Trustee Fuentes. So now we have discussion.
I would like to bring a couple points up. So first, I would like to apologize. I was not informed that we had provided the number, the $50,000 initially. So I feel like there is some miscommunication. My concern was where that number came from, and that still continues to be my concern, is that that's not an accurate price point. I do definitely support local. I do definitely want to support women. I just feel that this amount is potentially a third of a salary for a social worker on a campus. I know that all things don't directly equate, but for less than 2 weeks' work, I still feel like this is an enormous amount of money. I believe at the last board meeting I even mentioned that I was very shocked that we were going to pay this amount when I thought it was $25,000 and we're still $16,000 over that. So Again, for me, I definitely support, I think it's a great idea. I agree with Dr. Cruz Boone, what she said when we have authors come out, the students are more eager to learn and read, and they're gonna go check out the books. I actually have this book at my house too. I did go to one of your gatherings, I wanna say a little bit after COVID at the art gallery. I was looking for something to do, so I do have a copy. And I do appreciate the effort. I'm sure it's definitely a labor of love to be able to create a book, and I believe you have quite a few more now. So again, it's just the price point for me. I did try and do my research to see if there's anything I was missing, and I did talk to an administrator from a district where there was an assembly given, and I did find out that there was no pay provided for that. I do not suggest that they provide this service with no pay, but again, for me, I just feel like we don't have the precedent to give this amount of money for less than 2 weeks' work. That's my concern.
So last month when we were approving this, it was through dedicated funds. Those dedicated funds have already been allocated. So if we were to approve it tonight, where would the money come from?
Yes, sir.
No, the funding allotment apportionment for this action item is actually the Learning and Recovery Emergency Block Grant, because the ESSER funds sunset as of the 30th of September.
So the block grant, but there's money in that block grant, or there isn't money, or what?
There is money in the block grant. Originally, our plan was, we have a lot of plans for the block grant.
So we have some ideas and plans.
Correct.
It's not like the money will go back to the federal government if we don't spend it.
Correct.
Okay. That's part of my question. And then I don't know if you could speak to this, Laura. I was saying earlier, I met with the Kern Reading Association. There were those 5 female teachers that are also local authors. They said that they come to assemblies at our schools, and the most any of them's ever gotten paid for an assembly was $1,800.
I don't know who they are.
Okay.
If you would tell me the names at some point, I can tell you.
Yeah, I'll send you a
Okay.
list. And I know like some of them, they're written like the history books, like about the historical figures. A couple are former BCSD teachers. So we contract with them like every year or so to do, usually in the spring, assemblies. I will send you a list. But they said like for all the women in the room that have been paid in local like Greenfield and Panama and even here, that their rate was between $1,500 and $1,800 for one school site. Okay. Is that, I mean, and I don't know if that's like a thing we do with our regular budget.
Yeah, I can't speak to it because I don't know who you're talking about, and I don't know what year or when this happened or what funds. So I can't speak to it because you're asking me a question that I don't even know.
No, for sure. I mean, for us, I agree with what Brooke said. I was really shocked when public comment happened. I had no idea that $50,000 number came from our staff. Like that's not something we knew.
I think what it was is we had talked, and so it's not to the fault of them as well. It was we just had mentioned that we have certain funds, and so for us to ensure that we stayed within the lower bid limit, we have to stay under 50,000, and so that was a miscommunication on our part. So it wasn't anything that either one of you did. I think it was a miscommunication. So it wasn't anything where we wanted to spend that kind of money. I think for us it was more about we wanted to provide the opportunity for students with Laura Numeroff's an author outside, but we wanted the authors within our Kern County. So we were offering, can we have both? So kids have both opportunities. And in terms of the assemblies, it was going to be with them, it was going to be 11 assemblies of 1 hour each. So it was more so, it was going to be about over 2,000 students that they were going to provide an assembly to. I don't know if there's a rate for authors that I'm aware of, but I'm definitely, Dr. Cruz Boone, if you have like something like that, I'd like to see what their rate is. I don't know.
Yeah, that meeting just happened last week with the Kern Literacy Association. They have meetings quarterly. And I've met local authors at those meetings before, but I went to them and reached out because I was like, hey, can you just give me a ballpark? I don't want to disrespect like local female authors by not know. I don't want to tell them what their worth is. I don't know. Right. So I asked other authors like what is your ballpark? Like actually I said, what is the most you've ever been paid to do a day of assemblies at a school? And so someone was like, I know it's a lot, but it was $1,800, but we're former teachers. And I was like, that's not a lot versus what we're talking about. So I don't know.
Well, and also,
I'm sorry.
You're talking about $1,800 for a day?
Yeah, and so they're doing 5 school sites.
Right.
So it's more than a day.
Yeah, it's 5 school sites, 11 assemblies, over 2,000 students. Right, it's the author and the illustrator, yes.
But they get
And
paid separately.
Yes.
I was going to ask you, I know we've been hiring authors for a number of years, and so when this contract initially came forth, whoever approved it or whoever negotiated with them, was it a red flag that the price was excessive over, I mean, we're an experienced district that contracts consultants all the time, so I did not really give it a lot of thought because I trusted that we've been hiring authors all this time, and I really appreciate the fact that they're local and it has a local emphasis. They're great women role models for our girls. I mean, there are a lot of really great things, and I don't know if it's possible, if the price is excessive, is there a possibility to renegotiate that and then still, you know, have them come?
I think anything's possible. Just kind of go back to your original question, Trustee Tafoya. The discussion around price point was an internal control issue, and I'm working to correct that. Part of that correction is revamping the entire consultant agreement application, and frankly, being much more attuned to what is an appropriate price point for consultant agreements. The reality is that we were leveraging ESSER dollars in an attempt to give our kids experiences, and unfortunately, this current consultant agreement is caught in the middle of that.
Yeah.
That's staff's fault. That's our responsibility. And yes, perhaps we can continue to discuss if tonight's action isn't approved and identify a price point that's palatable. But in the future, within the consultant agreement process, there'll be complete resumes, experience, referrals to prior districts that provide services, and then an evaluation from the experience, so that should the vendor ever request to come back again, we can go back to the evaluation to determine whether or not it was determined to be valuable for students.
Right.
And so holistically,
And
the process needs to change.
Wouldn't there also be like a ballpark figure?
Yeah, we have to
in
figure that
terms
out.
of-
We need
yeah.
to do some homework on what are the appropriate price points for a variety of vendors. And again, this is an example of a consultant below the bid limit. Tonight on the consultant agreement agenda, you're going to see a lot of price points that were part of a bid. Those have already been established and submitted, so there's no negotiating that.
Right.
In this example, there is an opportunity to negotiate.
Yeah, this is unfortunate that, you know, the kids didn't have that opportunity, and then it wasn't a good experience for the authors.
And that's on us, so we got to fix that.
I too would like to actually go through the process. I know that Mr. Luque emailed us and asked for feedback on that process. So I feel like that would be a more meaningful number to me once we finish that. So right now I feel like we had a number, we had another number, but we haven't had a chance to really go in and look at that since we just received that email about a week ago. So again, I do think this is a wonderful opportunity for our students, but I would like to get through that process. Is there a possibility to table it?
Not use the block grant dollars, right?
No, block
We
grant
can still
dollars
use
are
block
available.
grant?
Yes, they're available.
So if we were to if we were to table this and or should we table it or vote it down? Will it matter? We can always add an item to an agenda.
I
Logistically, I'm asking.
would recommend a table.
Okay.
If there's interest, bring it back, and then allow us to do the process, and then bring it back. Under the, and Mrs. Gladden, you can correct me here, under the block grant, we have much more time for services. So we're not under the pressure point like we were under the ESSER dollars.
There's no pressure point with the block grant to even spend them this year. Though that grant continues on for next fiscal year as well. So the time limit is not a factor on this.
I think it just brought everything to light, and for me, especially as a new board member, I don't understand the process, so going through this, unfortunately, I don't like the way that it ended up. I don't like the way that it came about, but this is how I learn as a new board member too, what the process is and how I can help maybe add input to that process so we can all feel like the numbers we provide are meaningful, because I do feel very seriously about making sure that we spend all our money wisely, and I do think giving them money is a wise investment in our community, but again, I want that to be very purposeful.
So to table an item, that supersedes your original motion. We would just need a majority. Someone would have to make the motion to table this agenda item to the next meeting. Someone would have to second it, we would vote, and that would supersede the motion that's on the floor.
Good.
What I just said makes sense?
Yes, so.
Well, there's a motion and a second already.
Second already.
So we don't, it would seem that we would need to,
Vote that down first.
to let it die or to vote against it
But tabling is a substitute
and then
motion
bring it up.
that supersedes that, right?
I don't know.
So I was
We don't have
just
a
checking.
We need-
Substitute motion was voted and approved would supersede the original.
Which is what I just said, yeah.
Okay, so
Or
I,
you can just vote that original motion down
That's-
and then move to
Table
table
it.
I love
Sorry,
that Pam Bowers in the room.
Mhm.
Please
That's what-
interrupt. I'm
That's what I
so
was-
glad you're
yeah.
here.
Well, that's what I was thinking, that you let this motion die by voting against it.
Yeah.
so can I motion to
Because
table
there's-
it?
Well, we
you
could
can
motion to
substitute.
table
Yeah,
it,
you can
which would
substitute.
let it, which would also, it wouldn't
Yeah,
kill it,
either
but it
one.
would just move it to the
Okay,
next
okay,
agenda
okay.
item.
So
And
I-
my-
Easier would be to vote the original motion down.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's the
thinking.
easiest
Okay.
easiest way, and then make the new motion to table it.
Yeah,
Well,
I
and
agree now.
So, Brooke was the original motion person. Do you want to create a substitute motion, or do you want to take a vote?
We have to take a vote.
We don't have to take
I
a vote
want to
because
do a substitute because I feel like it's confusing based on the wording of my motion, because it wasn't the original wording.
Go ahead.
I understand
There's
it.
already been a motion and a second, so we have to take a vote on that.
Right.
And then we'll have a second motion to table it to a
Exactly.
future meeting.
So my understanding is that once we vote it down, we couldn't make another motion on it.
We have to, we would have to move on the agenda, so that's why the substitute.
We would have to move on.
in
So that's the reason we have
Robert's
to do a
rules.
substitute motion, and tabling supersedes an active motion.
And all a no vote means is that we cannot bring back the same contract again.
Exactly.
We can make an adjustment contract. So technically, I'm hearing the board say that you want to continue this conversation.
Yeah.
We can do that. So however we get there, Dr. Chris
It wouldn't
But
Boone.
we have to move on
It
to the
wouldn't be
agenda
the
if we
same
vote.
because you'd have to renegotiate.
Anyways, yeah.
We're gonna renegotiate anyway, but I also understand Brooke's argument about, not wanting it to be a confusing motion. Because you would have to vote yes to vote no on the contract,
Right.
based on her motion.
I was going to abstain.
Sorry.
We all abstain.
Truth of the matter needs to be.
And I was gonna abstain as well.
Okay,
Because there's-
so, let's pause for a moment. The motion on the floor is to deny the consulting agreement for the children's author Teresa Adamo and illustrator Jennifer Williams Cordova. That is the motion on the floor. To vote yes is to kill the contract. To vote no would be to consider the contract. To abstain would be to not take an opinion.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I got it.
And after that's all done, somebody can make another motion on that same one, even though we've already voted it down.
Well, it depends on what the outcome of the vote is.
Okay.
So if everybody voted yes, if with the majority voted yes to deny the contract, then we need to move on to the next agenda item. If we do not have a consensus through majority, then we could make a secondary motion. Are you with me? All right, so we're gonna do a roll call vote to make it clean. Brooke Malley, on the motion to deny the consulting agreement, do you vote yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
And Laura Guerrero Salgado? Yes, no, abstain.
I abstain.
And trustee DeFoya?
Abstain.
And trustee Fuentes?
Abstain.
So this is CCB. I'll also abstain just to keep it clean. Do I have, so this does not pass because we don't have a majority. So we can take another motion, right?
Correct.
So do I have a secondary motion?
I move to table
Item G4.
item G4.
Awesome. Do I have a second to table item G4?
I second.
Yes. Fabulous. Do we have any discussion? So to be clear, to table item G4 is not to deny or agree with the current contract. It is to bring it back at the next meeting.
So we want to go all provide feedback to Mr. Luque about the process and then we will all feel like we have.
I think we're all gonna provide feedback.
And if I may request within the next 2 weeks, because we have timelines for the next board meeting we need to meet.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a couple things we gotta do.
Sorry, everybody.
All
We
those
gotta
in
get it
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any abstains? All right, this item G4 has been moved to our next meeting. Moving on to business services, item H1. Ms. Sherry Gladden, Assistant Superintendent, will give us a brief department update.
I think my items are a little bit more routine and less complicated on the voting. Mrs. Corral and our fiscal team has completed the closing of the books, as we refer to it, for the prior 2023-24 fiscal year. All of the state required elements within that report are listed within the section tonight for the board's action. We've had quite a lot of presentations tonight, and we're going to go into a lot more detail at our board study session next month on budget. So we're not doing a budget presentation tonight because we have that coming up in detail next month. And then the last item within my section is an agreement for a real estate consultant, which is the same consultant that we utilized a couple years ago as we took on a property search, and so that's coming before the board for your consideration as well, which would be for to scout out land for the separation of our maintenance operations from our transportation unit. And I'm happy to answer any questions on any of the individual items as you come through them.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item H2, it is recommended that the 2023-2024 unaudited actuals financial report be approved and filed with the Kern County Superintendent of Schools.
This is Laura.
I have a first from Laura. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Trustee DeFoya. Any discussion? If KCSOS is listening, please note that our superintendent's name is Luque. The last few financial reports we received from them, they spelled his name wrong. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. It is recommended the resolution to establish an appropriations limit for the district be adopted. Do I have a motion?
I'll move for approval.
Trustee DeFoy is our first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Moving on to item H4, it is recommended the 2023-2024 application for the exemption of the required expenditures for classroom teacher salaries be approved and filed with the Kern County Superintendent of Schools. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura. I move that we approve.
Laura first. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second the motion.
I think Brooke Meliel spoke first as a second. Any discussion? Can you speak, Sherry, at all to, I know we were closer this year. I know the superintendent shared with us privately, none of the districts made the goal, but can you just like reassure me? Because it feels gross.
Few, not few.
So there are more districts that are struggling to make this, and in the recent time period, it is directly related to all of the ESSER funds and the one-time dollars that districts are receiving. So as we're receiving those dollars and we're using them as they're intended to be used, they are not for teacher and classroom aid, salary and benefits, which are the only two costs that this formula takes into consideration. So as we're getting a large influx from these one-time restricted dollars, and we're spending them in the categories and the areas that they're meant to be spent on, they do not contribute towards this formula. And so BCSD, along with other districts, are experiencing falling short of the required 60%. If you subtracted the one-time funds that we did receive and the expenditures that we made with those dollars, we make our 60% calculation, which tells us that we're on track for once those funds have sunset and been fully depleted, that where our salaries and benefits lie, maintain this formula in the future.
So for example, we just approved that like $5 million out of ESSER for one-time retention, but that doesn't count towards the 60%.
Right, when we've got over $100 million in one-time restricted dollars,
And, you know, it can be things like programs or the consultants that we're talking about. It's very heavily with our HVAC projects for the ESSER dollars. They are not classroom teacher salaries, they're not aide salaries or benefits. And so the dollar amount that we are spending in those one-time dollars is so significant that even that $5 million is not going to outweigh what we're doing with those one-time dollars.
So thank you for explaining that because I misunderstood. What you're saying is that like the whole pot is like tilted because of like our construction projects kind of stuff.
Correct.
Not that we don't get to count the one-time dollars. The one-time dollars are in that pot. They're just weighted towards things that aren't teacher salaries.
Right. And it's because they're included in that pot of what's weighing it down in the opposite direction of this formula, what it takes into consideration. But it's the ESSER, it's the Learning Recovery Block Grant, it's the Art and Music Discretionary Block Grant, it's the carryover of the unspent Title I and other restricted programs. And we're doing lots of great things with those dollars, and we're using them as they're intended to be used, but they are against the components of this formula.
Awesome. Any more discussion on this item? All those in favor of H4?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? And I will abstain. Moving on to item H5. It is recommended the resolution committing a fund balance in accordance with GASB 54 be adopted. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura.
Thank you, Laura. Laura is our first. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second is Trustee DeFoya. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item H6 is it is recommended the agreement with ASU Commercial be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee DeVoy is our first. Trustee Fuentes is our second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to I1, where Assistant Superintendent Ms. Christine Cornejo will give us a brief department update.
Thank you. Good evening. Last month, board members, I brought before you some information regarding employee recruitment and specifically what we've been doing with our hard-to-fill positions. And this month, I'd like to share just a little bit of information regarding some employee retention and opportunities that our employees have to earn additional compensation throughout the school year. And in the years, not only this year, but in the years past that we have been working with our teams. Specifically for our certificated employees, we have provided opportunities for them to work and receive 14 and a half hours of professional development paid at their daily rate. This is our second year that we're providing that and offering that to our employees. In addition to that, 40 hours of planning time paid at $44 an hour. And again, this is our second year being able to provide that to our certificated employees. We did offer a 14 hours for intervention tutoring support paid at a $2,000 stipend for a 14-week period. And that will be also a 2-year opportunity for our teachers. This is the first, and it'll fall into our 25-26 school year. We have also included up to 5 days of site paid professional development before the beginning of the school year through September 30th. And that is also paid at the 44-hour pay rate for that. We have also offered for all of our employees, not only our certificated employees, an employee referral bonus program. That's where they would refer a prospective school bus driver, and depending on the referral and the hire, the employee would receive a $1,000 bonus. And I am happy to announce that we have 8 employees in our district that have received that bonus, and one of those employees have received $2,000.
Wow.
They can earn up to $5,000 a year, and so that is continuing on through this school year for both our classified and certificated employees. We've also worked really hard along with our educational services team to provide 6 training modules of social emotional learning that our employees have been able to participate in voluntarily for a $200 compensation per module. And along with tonight's TA, we will also have the $1,200 retention bonus available for our certificated employees. So there's a lot of benefits there that we've had been able to provide to our certificated employees for these last couple of years. And not to leave out our classified employees, we do have some opportunities that we have made available to them as well. This school year, we added an additional 12 hours of extra time approval for our office staff to prepare for the beginning of the school year, and an opportunity for all of our 4-hour office assistants to increase their hours an additional 2 hours for this school year. We also provided our nutrition assistants with a new summer institute professional development for up to 4 days over the summer, and we had a really good turnout for that. We increased a $200 monthly stipend for our special education aides who work with our moderate to severe students and in those classrooms. And the last 2 school years, we have provided a retention and attendance bonus for our school bus drivers in the amount of $2,500. So that's another one of our hard to fill positions. Again, our classified employees, along with all our other employees, are receiving those the referral bonuses as well, and our 6 modules for social and emotional learning. And with the tentative agreement tonight, if the board approves that, they will also receive a $1,200 retention bonus and an additional SEL module that they can participate in to receive another $200. So with that, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our district bargaining team and our Beta, CSEA, and LiUNA bargaining team that really came to the table and worked hard for all the proposals that were set forth for bargaining. And tonight you will have that under my section for your review and your approval. And I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Thank you so much, Assistant Superintendent Ms. Correa. Moving on to item I2. This one I think is information only. It's the public disclosure by AB 1200 pertaining to the proposed wage and benefit adjustment of Beta, CSEA, LiUNA bargaining groups, along with supervisorial confidential management employees groups. Moving on to any questions on that? Okay, then we'll move on to item I3. It is recommended that the 2024-2025 tentative agreement between the district and Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association be approved. Do I have a motion?
I so move for approval.
So moved by Trustee DeFoya. Do I have a second?
I second. Laura.
Second by Laura Gross Salgado. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimously, we have a tentative agreement with Beta. Moving on to item I4, it is approved the 2024-2025 tentative agreement between the district and CSEA be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura. I move that we approve.
We have a first from Laura Gross Salgado. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Trustee Fuentes. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We have an agreement with CSEA. Moving on to item I5, it is recommended the tentative agreement between the district and LiUNA for 2024-2027 successor agreement be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Trustee DeFoya makes the first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Brook Valley Alts. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have an agreement with LiUNA. Moving on to item I6, it is recommended the MOU between the district and LiUNA regarding the 2024 retention bonus be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura.
Oh, Laura Guerrero Salgado is our first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from trustee Fuentes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to I-7, it is recommended the resolution for the 2024-2025 retention bonus and increase of district contribution towards fringe benefits of management confidential and supervisorial employees be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Trustee Brooke-Melly-Alt is our first. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Our second is trustee DeFoy. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to I-8. It is recommended that the classified human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Trustee DeFoy is our first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Brooke-Melly-Alt. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to I-9. It is recommended the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by trustee Fuentes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Brooke-Melly-Alt. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item J, the consent agenda. It is recommended the consent agenda be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I move.
Trustee Laura Guerra Salgado is our first. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda approves unanimously. Moving on to K, it is recommended that this meeting be adjourned. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by trustee Fuentes, second by DeFoy. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The meeting is adjourned at 9:14.